Yes, yes.
Yes. Uh, Respected resource persons, dignitaries, friends, professional colleagues, and students, good evening. It is my immense pleasure to announce that today is our second day of webinar, Department of English, in collaboration with the Department of English, RBC College for Women. We are thankful to them. On behalf of this Mahavidyalaya, I, Dr. S.K. Bishwas, convener of the webinar organizing committee, welcome to all in this session of webinar. Now I request Professor Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, teacher in charge of the webinar, or teacher in charge of the college, to deliver his welcome address. Hello.
শোনা যাচ্ছে
হ্যাঁ
শোনা যাচ্ছে তো?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ শোনা যাচ্ছে।
Good afternoon, everybody. I, Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, teacher in charge, Sudhiranjan Laili Mahavidyalaya. On behalf of the college, I heartily welcome all the dignitaries, guests, participants, the members of the organizing committees, and others who have joined this second day of the seminar organized by the Department of English in collaboration with the Department of English, Rishi Bankim Chandra College for Women, Noihati. And I hope that, like yesterday, this platform of discussion will definitely bring a solution about the different types of questions about the relating to the title of the seminar. And I again convey a lot of thanks to all the dignitaries, participants, and the faculties. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, for your nice welcome address. Today we have two interactive sessions. The first session speaker is Professor Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee, Professor, Department of English, University of Kalyani. Now I request Professor Shilpi Bashak, HOD, Department of English, to introduce the speaker.
Hello.
Dr. Shilpi, madam.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, Shonodda. It's my pleasure to welcome my dear and respected sir, Professor Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee. Sir, are you there?
Yes,
Hello?
I'm there, Shilpi. Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. A hearty welcome to you, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
Let me introduce you to our audience. Professor Chatterjee is a professor, Department of English, University of Kalyani, West Bengal. His doctoral work was on the novelist Christopher Isherwood, recipient of Fulbright Scholarship and the British Council Charles Wallace Fellowship. Professor Chatterjee has co-edited The Muffled Heart, Stories of the Disempowered Male, contributed to the American Isherwood, the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, the Isherwood Century, and Reader's Companion to 20th Century Writers. He has published the journal American Notes and Queries and has reviewed for Gay and Lesbian Review worldwide. He was also a member of the editorial board of the aforementioned American Notes and Queries. In March 2011, he served as visiting faculty at the Department of English, University of North Bengal. He has been teaching a course in gender studies at his university since 2009 and runs a Facebook group called New Gender Studies, which has over 14,000 members. And I must proudly declare that I was among the first batch of students of this New Gender Studies. Professor Chatterjee has recently begun contributing to the web with Putun Mukherjee, who co-edited Nari Bob, Androgyny and Female Impersonation in India. So, welcome him, sir.
Thank you.
Now, Professor Chatterjee will be in a conversation with my dear colleague Shubhayu Chakraborty. So I hand over the session to Professor Chatterjee and Professor Chakraborty. So over to you, Shubhayu.
Thank you, Shilpi. It has been a pleasure to host. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I
yes,
audible?
I can
Okay,
hear you.
thank you.
Yes.
I can
Okay,
hear you.
thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. It's an honor to have somebody about whom I have my deepest and my profoundest respect. My teacher, Professor Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee. So before starting the session formally, let me informally tell you that he is the reason why I am teaching in a college. Why he is the reason? Because when I joined Kalyani University during my graduation days, because in those days we used to have undergraduate sessions at Kalyani University also, and luckily I was of the last batch. After
Yes.
that they didn't have it.
Right.
He was he is the only person to whom I looked up at, and also there was Professor Sharmani Chaudhary. She is no more. These are the two persons. They are the two persons who actually provided an impetus from where I kind of developed. I wouldn't say excel, but I would rather say developed. He took a kid of 18. He told us to move to British Council. He had provided movie tickets. He had provided theatre tickets of, the foreign performances that used to come to India. And that is how he inspired us to love English literature and language. And that is the reason why we are here. And I'm particularly proud to host him today. A heartily welcome, sir. You're
Thank you.
wonderful, and you never say no to me. Thank you for that. Okay, today we are essentially going to discuss about one interesting thing. Because initially what used to happen is that in webinars and seminars, we used to have the professors, they would deliver lectures, and then if we have any question, then we can ask. But this time we are putting it in a different note, and obviously it is Professor Chatterjee's idea. We are in an interaction, and during the interaction, if you have any question or queries, you can put it in the chat box. We are going to keep it short and crisp, and we are going to forward that to Professor Chatterjee, and he is going to answer your queries also. So this is a kind of a session, an interactive session, where we can speak our hearts out, obviously, with a virtual cup of coffee.
Yes.
So the session is like this. There will be a lot of queries, a lot of questions, and it will be on his maiden novel, The Scholar. And obviously, as we would go through the Scholar, we're going to decipher a lot of other things in gender studies and queer studies. Over to sir.
Oh, thank you, Shubhayu. I didn't expect to be asked to speak this soon. Yes, it's a great pleasure to be here. Ever since the lockdown started, I have been a little anxious about how the whole system of seminars and conferences is going to metamorphose, how it's going to transform. And I'm quite astonished to find that it has actually transformed rather well. I attended my first, I spoke at my first webinar, I think it was on the 24th of June. And ever since then, it has just been one webinar after the other. In the morning today, I addressed a webinar, and in the evening today, I'm here. So I think this is absolutely magical, and I'm so happy that technology is allowing me to be able to travel such far distances without leaving my room. So I'm very happy to be here, and it is a great pleasure to be in conversation with Shubhayu, who is a very, very dear former student, and to talk about my novel, The Scholar, which was published as an ebook in 2016, and then, of course, as a hard copy. It was published in November last year. So that is the copy of the book. And so I'm now going to have Shubhayu ask me whatever questions he has. And I'll be perfectly happy to read extracts from the novel if he has any special passages that he would want me to read out of. So, Shubhayu.
Okay. So before beginning the reading process, let me ask you a few questions that actually baffled me.
Yes.
As I had been reading your novel. This was my third reading before I start the session, because initially it was I got it as a way kind of as a PDF. I bought it way back.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I
Hello?
can hear you. I can hear
Hello.
you.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The first, you see, so in a world bursting with stories, what
Yes.
would prompt you to write such a book?
Yes, I think the answer is quite easy. I think it was Toni Morrison who had said that if you want to read a book that hasn't been written, write it. So that was really the reason. I felt that there needed to be a novel which was not just, it was not just a story, but a narrative that also asked some questions. So I started to think about how I could plan a novel which would ask 2 or 3 questions. And I think my novel has 2 basic questions on which the entire novel is based. So I decided to cogitate on those 2 questions. The questions developed. And the 2 questions were, one was, who is a scholar? So that was a primary question that I had, because I'm sure that those of us who are here today, many of us will be having a relative in the family who loves reading, who constantly buys books, who saves up money through the year so that they can go to the book fair, in January and February and buy books. But you see, they have a huge collection of books. They are voracious readers, but nobody ever knows about them. Nobody ever knows about these people. So they live and die anonymously without anybody ever coming to know about them. And on the other hand, there are people like me who get a Fulbright scholarship, and everybody knows that we are a scholar, and we get to travel across the world and all of that. So there is a kind of scholar that is recognized in public, is recognized by the academia, but then there are these other scholars who live and die in anonymity. So I wanted to focus on those people who enjoy reading just for the sake of reading. That was the first point. The second point was, well, actually, come to think about it, I think there were 3 points there. The second point was that what is scholarship? Is scholarship just an academic activity after which you get a degree? So you get an MPhil or you get a PhD, or those of us who are even more ambitious, we get a DPhil or something, DLit. I'm sorry. So is it all about? Is it oriented towards a degree? Is it oriented towards publications in scholarly journals? Or can scholarship also be a way through which you learn to recognize yourself? So is scholarship then also a way in which we understand who we are? So can we think of scholarship not just a professional activity, but can we think of scholarship as a deeply emotional, personal activity as well? So that was the second question that my novel had. The third question was, and the third question was actually prompted by something that had just come to my notice, which is that in the 1920s, in 1924 to be exact, a Hindi journal in Kolkata was publishing short stories that dealt with the subject of men falling in love with boys. Now remember, this is happening in 1924, not in 2024. So it started to make me wonder as to what would it have been like to be living in Kolkata in the 1920s, which is roughly about 100 years ago, to be living in Kolkata in the 1920s and to be reading these extraordinary short stories about men loving boys. So these were the 3 broad questions which led me to write the novel.
Okay, sir. That is wonderful. So one question that actually popped into my mind, I mean, when you're talking about Matwala. Okay, am I audible, sir? Yes.
Yes, you're audible.
Sir,
yeah.
am I audible?
Yes,
Hello?
you are. Yes, you are.
Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you are audible.
So you were
yes,
talking
you are
about
audible.
that particular novel. You're talking about. Okay. Okay. So okay. Thank you, sir. Now, so you are talking about Matwala.
Yes.
Pandey Bechan Sharma, right, sir? Okay,
Yes.
I was quite curious because initially what I thought that whatever you have written, everything is in a pseudo mode, just as you had the main character who is also a kind of an alter ego of somebody about whom you have researched. About that I'll come later.
Yes.
Now, when I was
Yes.
going through this Pandey Bechan Sharma, I found that he had a wonderful collection of Urdu short stories,
Uh-huh.
Chocolate,
Yes.
that
yes.
came out in 1927. And
yes.
I suppose it was translated in 2009.
That's right. That's
Okay,
right.
when I was reading, it was a translation by Ruth Vanita,
Correct.
and when I was reading the writing regarding the translation about Vanita, she says that I'm quoting her. Sharma writes with remarkable candor and passion about male love and relationships,
Yes.
even though his stated intention is moralistic and homophobic,
Yes.
to warn against forming such attachments. I mean, could you kindly be a bit elaborate on that, sir?
Oh,
Why this
yes.
kind of thing? I mean, when you are
yes, no.
essentially writing about certain.
Yes. So I think this is absolutely fascinating what he does. Remember that what he's doing is not entirely new, because this is something which a lot of writers who were writing during the British rule, many of them had adapted this particular format. Even if you look at 1930s America, Hollywood had actually put in place something which is called the Hays Code. Now, the Hays Code was a very strict list of things that you could not show on the screen. So you could not show a man and a woman in bed together, even sitting up in bed together. You couldn't show this, you couldn't show that. So therefore, but most of the prohibitions somehow or the other dealt with sex. So therefore, Pandey Bechan Sharma was obviously very, very intelligent, because he wanted to write about homosexuality. He wanted to write about homosexual content, but he was obviously terrified that if he wrote about something which was essentially a criminal offense, then that would actually sort of bring him a lot of trouble. Because you must understand that Pandey Bechan Sharma was already very, very notorious as somebody who was agitating against the British, right? He had been to jail several times. So there was a way in which he had to somehow ensure that he isn't thrown into jail again. And he also had to talk about homosexuality. So he found this extremely clever way of doing it, which is that he wrote these short stories. And if you read the short stories, it's extraordinary, because in the short stories, he has the homosexual men, they refer to Shakespeare, they refer to Plato, they refer to Aristotle, they refer to Oscar Wilde. So they refer to all these famous, sort of queer figures in history. So it is very clear that Pandey Bechan Sharma is very well aware of the project that he is undertaking, which is to discuss homosexuality openly. But because he couldn't do that and, avoid jail, right at the end of the short story, he would suddenly have somebody say, oh, but these people, they're horrible. Oh, this is terrible. These people should be condemned. So after having talked about homosexuality for the entire length of the short story, right at the end, he suddenly says, oh, but this is very bad, very bad. But by that time, people have already read the short story. So this was a very interesting way of basically having the cake and eating it too. Because if anybody accused him of promoting homosexuality, he could then say, "Arey, but how am I promoting homosexuality? I'm condemning it in the end now." So then he that way he can defend himself by saying, but I said at the end that this is wrong. But he says that it is wrong right at the end. What happens in America in the 1930s is that you have the Hays Code, as I told you about. And so a lot of film producers were very anxious as to how to show sex, because suddenly there were all of these restrictions against showing sex. And there was, of course, Cecil B. DeMille, who was a very clever film director. And what he did was everything that the Hays Code was against, he showed all of that. He would show all of that. And right at the end, these people who were sort of, there were scenes of extraordinary debauchery and sort of orgies and all of that. And right at the end, the people who are participating in these orgies, they would all be killed. So then Cecil B. DeMille would basically say, see, I showed you all of these terrible things because this is very bad. If you do this, then you're going to die. But the audience was not a fool. The audience knew that they could watch all these sort of amazing scenes of debauchery and sort of sexual orgies. Audience would get their fill. And then right at the end, the characters were doing it, they're going to die. But so what? By that time, the audience has already watched what they wanted to watch. So Pandey Bechan Sharma was adopting a position of being homophobic, but at the same time, he was presenting these wonderfully lyrical representations of homosexuality so that people cannot accuse him of promoting homosexuality. That was his trick.
Now, so we're going to have some reading from a favorite part, sir. Your favorite part.
I leave up to you because you tell me which parts I would read out of, and then I will do that. I have my book. Yes.
Okay.
So which
the first
part
thing
would
that
you
I
want me to
actually
read?
loved is the description of the Austin landscape.
Oh yes. Yes.
Okay, let's start with Ronald meeting the Sanjay Chaturvedi at Victoria Memorial.
Right, at Victoria Memorial. Yes. Wow. Let me find. Where is that? I do not know what this means. Yes. Okay. So this is a fairly longish section, but I'm just going to start with Ronald Strathern. So those of you who are unaware of the novel, Ronald Strathern is this British man who has been living in Calcutta in 1920s. And the Victoria Memorial had opened in 1921. And 3 years later, Ronald Strathern is going to the Victoria Memorial to have a look. Okay. Anyway, before going inside the hall, I sat down on one of the park benches that dot the vast garden surrounding the building. It seemed I was the only one there. I decided to enjoy the late afternoon breeze and took out my copy of Mr. Forster's latest novel called A Passage to India and started to read it. I was so engrossed in the friendship between Dr. Aziz and Fielding that I had not noticed someone had taken a seat beside me on the same bench. I was startled when a male voice said, "Excuse me." I looked up from my book and found this wonderful-looking young man sitting beside me. My heart leapt up. I gulped and said, "Yes." "May I know what you are reading?" Had it been anyone else, I would have shot back, "None of your business." But to him, I smiled and said, "Sure, it's a novel by a British writer called E.M. Forster." He said, "I do not know his work. I do not read much English. I read Hindi a lot." "But your English is excellent." "Thank you, sir. My father taught me. He is very strict." I noticed a magazine in his hand. It was rolled cylindrically with the cover showing. I could not tell what kind of magazine it was. He saw me look at it and said to me that it was his favorite Hindi magazine. I told him I knew a bit of Hindi. He passed on the magazine. It was titled Matwala. I guess that translates as intoxicated. It was the 31st May issue. He said he had bought it last month but had yet to read it thoroughly. He said there was one story in it that he really enjoyed, Chocolate, by someone whose nom de plume is Ugra. He said I should read it and let him know what I thought of it. He gave me the magazine, saying he will buy another copy from his local bookshop. Although I do not like people thrusting reading material at me, I did quite like this young man's thrust. Aha. Upon further inquiry, he said that his name was Sanjay Chaturvedi and that he lived on Central Avenue. We have decided to meet at the Victoria Memorial the next day. I'm unable to write anymore. I'm too excited by it all. I'm smiling after days.
Amazing. Amazing. So, this brings out a very interesting question. You see, here we find that the city of Calcutta, I mean Kolkata now, has a very important role to play in your novel.
Yes.
And
yes.
and as I have known you for the last 20 years, I can definitely say that you are actually a lover of Kolkata.
I am.
And used to photograph. I still remember you showed me some of your photographs of the city.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
could you kindly, I mean, is it the love of the city that actually propelled you to write the novel and put the setting in Kolkata? Or is it just the other way because you wanted Isharut to be projected in Kolkata and when you're doing the biography, and so I hope you understand.
Yes, I do. I think Isherwood had visited Kolkata. He had visited Kolkata twice. He visited Kolkata in the 1950s. And he also visited Kolkata in 1961, I think. 1964, for the birth centenary of Vivekananda. So Isherwood was actually in Kolkata on 2 occasions. When he was in the 1950s, he was researching the life of Ramakrishna, which later on became his very beautifully written book, Ramakrishna and His Disciples. And when he was in Kolkata again in 1964, this was for the centenary celebrations of Vivekananda's birth. So Isherwood had actually come to Kolkata. However, Isherwood did not like Kolkata very much. He was inherently a racist person. He did not like Indians. He did not like Bengalis. So he hated Kolkata, and the sooner he could get out of Kolkata, the happier he was. So there was a part of me that was rather unhappy about Isherwood not liking Kolkata. So I created a character that is sort of very vaguely based on Isherwood, but I made that character fall in love with Kolkata, which Isherwood had not. That is the first part. The second part is that it is also, Shubhayu, my way of understanding how public places can be queered. That was also a part of the reason, is that when we think about the public place, we think about the public place as a very heteronormative place. We think of the public place as a place where only heterosexuality is allowed. But that need not be the case, because even in a public place, you are going to find intimacies between 2 men or between 2 women, which perhaps somehow trouble the strict heteronormativity of a public place. So I wanted to imagine the city as a place where multiple sexualities can function, for the simple reason that because cities are so crowded, that affords people a certain kind of anonymity, which is very comforting. Something that would not happen in a small town, for example, where everybody knows everybody else. So whatever you do, the entire town comes to know about it. But because in a large city there are so many people, it affords a kind of anonymity, which I think is rather wonderful. And I wanted to explore that kind of ease that a city provides to people who are, in love with each other of the same sex. And of course, a part of it was also trying to imagine what my dear city would have looked like in the 1920s. So perhaps the most pleasurable part of writing the book was my researching what 1920s Kolkata would have looked like. So it was great fun digging out maps of the city of 1920s, finding out how much a packet of cigarettes would cost in 1920s, finding out which streets would have which names, finding out how much a camera would cost, what movies would the characters have seen, which movies were being shown. So that kind of research into Kolkata of 100 years ago was for me extremely enjoyable.
And another interesting thing that I particularly found when I was reading this particular novel is I found a particular blend of historical fiction with queer literature.
Yes.
I mean, what is your take on that?
No, it is. I mean, I don't know. Well, absolutely. You're not the first person who pointed it out to me, because a lot of people have said, oh, Niladri, I don't know how to classify your book. Is it a historical novel? What is it? So I told them that, no, it's not strictly speaking a historical novel, because it isn't entirely set in the 1920s. The action constantly oscillates between 1920s Kolkata and, of course, 1990s America. So there is that oscillation that is happening. But yes, I think a part of it is certainly historical fiction, because I'm trying to recreate a time which I wasn't there to experience it. But I was trying to imagine what it must have been like. And it has always intrigued me as to what could have been the level of interaction between the British and the Calcuttans at that point. How much were they mixing with each other? Was there any mixing at all? Were their friendships developing, or were they entirely separated? As two different parts of the city, like in Kolkata, many of you may know this, but Kolkata used to be divided as the White Town and the Black Town. So White Town was very much sort of Esplanade and Park Street, Fort William, that sort of area. And Black Town was very much North Calcutta. So I, at present, am sitting in the Black Town. So this is where the natives, this is where the Bengalis lived. So I was constantly intrigued by the idea that were the separations that hermetically sealed off, or was there perhaps some kind of an osmosis? Were British also becoming friends with some Bengalis? Were Bengalis becoming friends with the British? It was that sort of mixing of the two races, one colonized, the other colonizer, which also intrigued me. Yes. Yeah.
Now, I found this research to be a bit emotional one also. As
Yes.
I was reading one of your kind of articles, and you stated that it was very, very emotional research. So what is your basic take on research? Because a lot of scholars are here, and to us the research is to produce a particular result, that is a thesis. But after reading about what you have said and your motto of life, I thought it should be a bit different. So what is the message for the young researchers? I mean, that's very important.
Yeah, I think my message to young researchers, or indeed researchers of any age, is that I really think that really valuable research is that in which you are personally invested. I think some kind of an emotional personal investment is necessary for that research to have real value. Because you see, if you are doing research just to get a degree, then if you are missing that sort of passion, then you could be doing research and I'm sure you'll get a degree, but ultimately, it will have no effect on you as an individual. And I believe that the whole point of studying is not just to acquire some kind of professional knowledge, but also become a richer human being, to become a much more evolved human being, to become a more layered human being. And I think research can provide us with that kind of layering. It can provide us with a kind of richness, richness of the soul, right? Richness of politics, which I think is otherwise impossible. So I would strongly advise people when they take on a subject of research to be very emotionally invested in. I mean, and it is not rare. I have many times come across people who have broken down in tears when they have found something. So it happens. I have seen people who start to cry because they're so happy because they have found a particular journal or they found a book. And that kind of emotional investment in research is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. So when you choose your research subject, please choose one in which you are very passionately invested. Because think of your subject as somebody that you're going to date for the next 5 years, right? Because it's a relationship that you're going to have with the topic. So this is the beginning of your 5-year relationship. And that, I think, is really something that you have to choose very carefully. Yeah.
Good, sir. One of your MPhil scholars have turned in, Shumit. Okay, now I would give his question to you.
Yes.
He writes, sir, did you find any linguistic difficulties in portraying homosexual love? I don't know. That is actually an interesting question. I don't know whether I came across linguistic difficulties because okay, yes. So there were a couple of difficulties in the sense that the language in which or the terms with which we now demarcate or narrate same-sex attraction, the names that we call same-sex attraction, these names were not available in the 1920s. So there were other names that were available, like invert, sodomite, yeah. So the homosexual, these were the terms that were available, but not necessarily gay. Gay comes gay begins to begins to circulate in the 1920s, but it only properly begins to circulate in the 1960s and 70s. So terms were different, and I had to be very careful when I was writing the novel that there should be no anachronism in the usage of terms. So I was very careful that Ronald Strathern should not suddenly say, hi, I'm gay, because that would just be an anachronism. Ronald Strathern would not be using the term gay in that sense. As far as emotions are concerned, no, I don't think I experienced any difficulty because the words were still the same. And I think this is where, if you look at either the poetry of Shakespeare or whether you look at the sonnets of Michelangelo, you're going to find that they're also playing with language in very creative, very inventive ways. So they are constantly using the language of spirituality. They're using the language of friendship. They're also using the language of love sometimes to basically talk about homosexuality. So there is a way in which language is a rather wonderful thing because you can stretch it to accommodate meanings or senses that weren't previously there. So I think what really I enjoyed when I was talking about the relationship between Ronald Strathern and Sanjay Chaturvedi was the elasticity of language. I was much more interested to show how language can become elastic to describe an emotion that perhaps was not being described to that extent at that time. So it was the elasticity of the language which I thought was fun to play with. I hope your question has been answered, Shumit. Right. Now let's move on to another interesting aspect. As I was going through the novel, I found it to be a bibliography of sorts because a lot of books have been given. I mean,
Yes.
but how did you manage and what exactly compelled you? I mean, is it a kind of an eye opener where you are actually wanting scholars to go through the scholar and develop their scholarship by getting acquainted with other books?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, Shubhayu. I think you completely called out my trick. You totally diagnosed my secret plan. You unearthed, you exposed my secret plan. That was absolutely the reason why I put it. A lot of people who were unaware of the authors that I've mentioned, they were thinking that maybe I have invented the names of those authors. But if they start to Google the names of those authors, they will find that all those authors are actually there. So I was actually trying to make available names of these authors that other people who are interested in queer literature would read up. So yes, my novel is it is fiction, but it was also trying to point scholars, future scholars, in the direction of authors that they could also look at if they're interested in queer literature. So you're absolutely right that there were hints and suggestions right there in the novel as to in what direction queer scholarship can progress. So you have completely exposed my plan.
No, interestingly, initially I thought it was kind of an impersonal art, and so I started Googling. And when I started Googling, I did find out a lot of details.
Yeah, they're all
From
there.
there, I thought it's good to share because
Yeah, they're all there.
because a lot of scholars would be able to unearth a lot of things.
All
Another
the authors that I
since you
mentioned,
are
they're
a
all
professor
there.
of English. Hello, sir.
Yes,
are you
I
there?
can hear you. Yeah,
Hello?
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, you are saying something, sir?
Yes, I said that every single name of every single author that is mentioned in the novel, those are actual real authors who have written real books. And you can certainly, order them on Flipkart and Amazon, and you will get those books. Those authors actually exist.
And since they are a bit unexplored, so there is a lot of scope for further research over
There's
there
a lot of
also.
yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
On behalf of everybody. Okay.
Sure.
The other interesting thing that I found that since you are a professor of English literature, you had given a substantial amount of references to English literature. Not only English literature, but also part of world literature. So we found a reference of Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman, which actually unearthed the suspense of the entire novel. This is the first one. Then we also found references to E.M. Forster. And interestingly, when Deep goes to the US, there he meets people at the Bhajan party. There is a very interesting character called Sarika, who is the matchmaker. I
Yes.
found her to be a close association with Jane Austen's Mrs. Bennet. I mean,
yes. A lot of
So what
people
is your
have
take on
pointed it
this?
out. No, I think that's absolutely right. It was very self-consciously done. It was very, very self-consciously done. And I also managed to sneak in the opening line of Pride and Prejudice, which you may have noticed that, a woman in possession of a PhD must be in want of a husband, which was a paraphrasing of, it is a truth universally acknowledged that a man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. So I managed to reference Jane Austen in the novel as well. So yes, Sarika was very much sort of initially conceived as an Austenite character, but then Sarika changed as well, because unlike other Austenite characters, Sarika also took this very, very combative, stance against her husband as well. I'm not going to give out the plot, but she certainly does not remain just a matchmaker anymore. She becomes a much more complex character towards the end. Yes.
And why Walt Whitman? There could have been
Oh.
other references, or is it due to the timeline?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I think Walt Whitman was very, very important, and I was absolutely determined to keep Walt Whitman there because of the very reason that, in India, not so much in America, because America has dealt with it decades ago. But in India, when we talk about Walt Whitman's poetry, we still don't mention his homosexuality. And I find that quite extraordinary because it is very interesting, the poems that we choose, right? So we choose poems that are deliberately, sort of asexual or non-sexual. We do not, for example, discuss his poem like When I Heard at the Close of the Day. We do not discuss, we two boys together clinging. We do not discuss, large sections of a song of myself. There are many, many poems that Walt Whitman wrote in which he is openly celebrating his love of young men. If you look at Walt Whitman's diaries, you're going to find that he actually kept something like a logbook in which he used to actually mention the men that he met. So he would mention, he would put the date, and they would sort of say, met so and so near, George Washington Bridge. He came with me and we slept together. So he had this huge journal in which he very specifically mentioned, and it's only men. It is only men. And it is very important for us to remember that when Edward Carpenter wrote to Walt Whitman, was it Edward Carpenter or was it John Addington Symonds? Anyway, either of those two 19th century British men, when they wrote to Walt Whitman, thanking him for writing Leaves of Grass, because they felt that Leaves of Grass was a wonderful book of poems which talked about men falling in love with men, Walt Whitman got very defensive and he said, oh, how dare you accuse me of talking about homosexuality? I will have you know that I have fathered 6 illegitimate children. Well, a lot of scholars have actually tried to find out where those 6 illegitimate children of Walt Whitman are. They couldn't be found. So everybody now pretty much knows that Walt Whitman never had 6 illegitimate children. He never even had one. This was a fiction that Walt Whitman was creating. And the reason why he was creating that fiction was because he felt that when he initially produced Leaves of Grass, which was in 1855, he could be much more candid about himself. He could be much more relaxed about himself. Even in the second edition, where he put in the Calamus section, he could be very candid about him liking young men. But later on, he started to realize that perhaps this is not a very good idea. And so gradually what he began to do is he began to sort of become more and more guarded about his sexual life. He became more and more guarded about his emotional life. So his poetry became more about the nation and less about himself. So he was then beginning to project himself as the poet of the nation. Whereas, in fact, Walt Whitman, if anything, is the poet of the body, is the poet of the sexual. But that is something that Walt Whitman began to feel very diffident about. So it was absolutely deliberate that I should have Walt Whitman in the book because people should know about this aspect of Walt Whitman, and people should read those poems. I mean, don't go by me. You read the poems and you decide.
So I have a question from a friend of mine, Tapashri Ghosh. I hope you met her at the North Bengal University RC. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Though the question has already been answered, so she wants to know how would you define scholarship? I mean, has your understanding of scholarship evolved over the years?
Yes, I think my understanding of scholarship has evolved over the years in the sense that, again, I began to recognize that scholarship is not just about researching a particular topic. Scholarship isn't just about choosing an interesting angle. I think that every act of scholarship also changes you as a person, or it should change you as a person, because what you read it doesn't actually leave you. It gets into your head, it gets into your bloodstream. It doesn't actually leave you. And consciously or unconsciously, it does actually mold you in a certain way. So whether you like it or not, you do tend to get influenced by the scholarship that you acquire. And I think the scholarship is certainly a way in which we recognize ourselves. So which is why, there are a lot of, for example, Dalit scholars who are researching Dalit history, who are researching Dalit sort of culture, and they are very, very heavily personally invested in it. And I think that sometimes yields the most wonderful research because you are so personally invested in it. So I think a kind of personal, emotional investment in scholarship is wonderful, and I always encourage that.
So, Dr. Anupam Soni from Jhansi, he is asking, when we coin the particular terms as gay, lesbians, homosexuals, doesn't it lead to categorization? Is it a kind of hegemony inflicted upon them? Are they not simple human beings?
Oh, right. I don't know about the simple part, and I don't know how to categorize human beings either, because these terms will also have to be investigated at some point. But as far as the categorization is concerned, yes. But you see, it's a great question. You see, the thing is that if you are going to start a political movement, then that political movement requires what a lot of post-structuralist theoreticians have said, strategic essentialism, which means that for the sake of the accomplishment of one political goal, I am going to focus on one commonality. And based on that commonality, I am going to acquire certain political rights. So there is a kind of essentialization that happens, and this essentialization can be empowering when you are trying to achieve a political goal as a group. But so that is the political aspect of naming entire groups gay, lesbian. And it is not just about naming, it is also people who claim those identities for themselves. But there are also people who have now started to disavow the term gay, lesbian, homosexual, bisexual, and they have now started to claim the term queer. So when they are saying that, we are queer, what they are basically saying is that our sexual orientation does not define us. What defines us is the fact that we are opposed to any kind of normativity. So any kind of normativity is something that we are opposed to. So somebody once asked me, can a heterosexual person be queer? And I said, yes, of course. A heterosexual person can be queer. You can be heterosexual and you can still say that I may be heterosexual myself, but I am not going to impose heterosexuality on other people. I am not going to go around asking people when are they going to get married. I am not going to go around asking people when are they having children. These kind of impositions I am not going to do. I am going to say that people should be allowed to live the way they want. People should be allowed to have sex with whoever they want. And that is something that a lot of people have started to espouse. So those terms, gay, lesbian, had a certain kind of political function once upon a time. And I'm sure to a certain extent they still do. But then there are other people who are saying that those terms do not define us. We want to claim other terms such as queer. So this debate regarding terms will continue for a very long time. Now we have many other terms. So, many of us may not be aware that there are terms like lithsexual, neutrois, androphile, gynophile. So there are many new terms that are just coming into circulation right now. And I think the difference between the previous terms of homosexual and the new terms such as lithsexual is that previously those terms were attributed to other people. Those terms were dumped on other people. But now the terms that are coming into circulation, these terms are being claimed by people for themselves. So previously where people used to call others and say, you are a homosexual, now people are saying, I am lithsexual. So there is a certain kind of naming that has started happening, but those namings are being done by people who are dissatisfied with the terminologies that are currently available.
Hello. Shubhayu?
I'm sorry, I lost connectivity and I'm back. Right.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. Paroma, are you there, Paroma? Since I lost the connectivity, I lost things in the chat box. Could you kindly, sir, can you take the Paroma's question from the chat box, please?
Let me see.
Sir, I'm telling you, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can ask me. Yeah.
Sir, I am Shilpi. I'm telling you the question.
Yeah. She can tell me. Yeah.
Paroma Basu asked, my questions to Professor Chatterjee. Sir, did you ever face a writer's block? How did you overcome it? Was your writing process spontaneous or was there a method to it?
I'll just add, is it the reason why there is queer link? Question mark.
Is it queering? Yes. Well, so the honest answer to Paroma's question is that yes, I have actually faced writer's block many times. And remember that my novel, it actually took, I think it took about 5 years to write. So it took about 5 years to write that novel because I started writing it and then I stopped writing it and then I went back to it and then I stopped it. So yes, there were times when I really genuinely felt, there were times, Paroma, when I felt that I will never be able to complete the novel. That is an honest answer. There were times when I felt I just can't do this. Let me just chuck it. It's okay. I tried writing a novel. I failed. Forget about it. Move on. But then again, I think Paroma, writing is, I'm sorry to have to mystify this, but to a certain extent, it is a rather magical process. When you think you can write, sometimes the writing does not come to you. And yet, when you are least prepared, suddenly you feel this onrush of inspiration and you think, okay, I've got to get this done. So when writing will come to you is extremely unpredictable, at least for me, very unpredictable. You simply don't know when you're going to start writing, when you're going to stop. One has to be very patient. Paroma, if you are a writer yourself, then let me please tell you that when you experience a writer's block, don't fight it. That would be my advice to you. Please don't fight it. If you are experiencing a writer's block, fine, let it be. Let it be, because your brain will open up when the time is right. Fighting the writer's block will not help you. Inspiration is going to come to you. So as far as the spontaneity is concerned, no, I do not believe in the spontaneous spontaneity school of creativity. I believe that writing is a laborious process. It is a craft. It is something that requires a lot of hard work. Spontaneity is nowhere there. I have written out sentences, I've crossed out sentences, I have changed characters, I have done 10,000 changes to the novel before it actually was published. So no, I don't believe in spontaneity. I believe that it is a lot of hard work and one just simply has to be very patient. And I wish you all the best if you're a writer yourself.
No, since we are talking about publishing, so what is your take on the state of queer literature in India and queer publishing?
I think it is getting better. I think it is actually getting better. I think a lot of big publishers now are actively looking for queer narratives, and they are certainly looking for a lot of trans narratives. So therefore, there is a way in which the publishers have suddenly realized that there is something equivalent to the pink rupee that is available. So there are a lot of people who are actually willing to spend money to read queer stories. And I think even large publishers such as Penguin, HarperCollins, they have become much more receptive to queer publishing than they were before. So I'm very optimistic, and I think that those of us who wish to produce queer narratives, this is a very good time. It's a really good time.
So, a question that is actually baffling me. I mean,
Yes.
in order to produce queer narrative, I mean,
Yes.
would you have to believe in that and follow that? Or because I'll tell you an incident. I mean, I was speaking to Gayatri Spivak, and I just asked her a question, and she was very furious. The question was that from such affluent point of view, how can you feel empathetic for the downtrodden? And she was a bit furious with this question, actually.
Yes, but did she tell you why she was furious?
No, she didn't.
She was just furious.
She didn't. Yes, just furious.
Yeah, of course. That is Professor Chakraborty's privilege, is that she can be furious without telling you why she's furious. But that is the luxury that she has. I think that what really needs to be considered is that a writer can really write from one's own experiences, from their own experiences. That is fine. But then there are many other writers who genuinely want to get into the lives of other people. And there are many such writers around. Those of us who are interested can look at what Baudelaire talks about poets, right? So Baudelaire talks about two kinds of poets. He talks about the flâneur, and then he also talks about the dandy. So therefore, I believe that there are many writers who are actually flâneurs. So what does a flâneur do? A flâneur, he walks around the city. They walk around the city. They are looking at the lives of other people. They're trying to understand the lives of other people, and that is something that there are many writers who do that. So I think that writing is also a way in which you inculcate your power for empathy. Because if I had not inculcated that power of empathy, I would not be able to understand what Sarika felt like. Because I'm not an expatriate, married to a man living in America. If I did not inculcate empathy, I would not be able to understand what Donald Strathern felt like, because I'm not a British man living in 1920s Kolkata. But I try to imagine what other people may feel. And I think a part of being a writer is also trying very hard to try and approximate. You can't ever entirely reach another life, but you can certainly approximate what that other life is. One of my favorite theorists is somebody called Trinh T. Minh Ha. She's a Vietnamese, Vietnamese? I think she's a Vietnamese theorist. And there is something that Trinh T. Minh Ha had said, which I find very useful. She had said that what we can do is not speak on behalf of someone, but we can speak nearby. So the act of speaking nearby is, I think, a wonderfully sort of political act of sympathy, of empathy. So we cannot speak for other people, but we can certainly speak nearby. And that exercise of trying to speak nearby is a very enriching exercise.
That is wonderful. Now, Bishwajit Ray and Kavita Shastri, I would just put the question into one. Bishwajit Ray actually asked a question that you just now answered. Can writing out one's experience
Shubhaito, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Somebody muted me actually.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Vishwajit Ray, he said, can writing out own experiences, then it comes to be a way of getting over the writer's block?
Yes, I think that's a very good exercise. It's a very good exercise, but when one is writing about one's own experiences, so this is an exercise that I suggest to you, is that there is a difference between writing creatively and writing a diary entry, right? So therefore, when you're writing a diary entry, you are just putting everything that you just experienced onto the diary. And you're not thinking about it. So this is very much sort of spontaneous overflow of powerful feeling, right? Oh, she broke my heart. Oh, I saw her at the bus stop and she didn't stop to talk to me. So it is just gush. But what you can do is, if you're training to be a writer, this is a very good exercise that you can do, is when you are constructing the sentences, then you can say, wait, instead of writing, she was at the bus stop, she saw me, but she didn't say hi. How can I write this in a different way? How can I use words that are going to communicate more than that simple sentence would? So when you're writing a diary to overcome writer's block, that's a good exercise. But when you are constructing the sentence, even when you're writing your diary, try to ask yourself this one question. Am I exploiting the elasticity of language? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, that is what you should be doing. You should be, if you're a writer, you should be exploring the elasticity of language.
Okay. Tuhin Shubhra wants to ask his question personally. I mean,
Okay.
Tuhin, can you
Sure.
can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, obviously. Can you see me? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. I wish I could see
Yeah.
you as well. That would be nice.
Yes. Actually, a couple of days before, I had an opportunity to talk with you.
Yes, I know, Tuhin. It would be nice to see you again. Hello. Yeah.
I was chasing from there, and I have also
Yes.
come here, disturb you once more.
Very nice.
So-
You're a stalker.
I'm so very sorry, sir. Okay. Anyway,
No.
Anyway, so my question was actually you are talking about in the last answer what you are talking about. Almost got my answer. That what do you think from an author's point of view? That is there should be there a kind of literary language, or it should be like more colloquial terms? Like we had almost we have seen that there was a argument between S.T. Coleridge and Wordsworth that there
Yes.
should be a kind of literary language, and what Wordsworth is completely whose poetry was called as a prosy poetry. It was considered as a prosy poetry. So, what is your stand on that?
Wow, I'm very conflicted about it, I think, to be very honest. I think that there has to be, so I don't fall in either group, either this or that. I believe that there should certainly be an effort to push the boundary of literary language. I believe that that is a very necessary exercise. But I also believe that the literary language should not become an end in itself. That is my point. Is that the literary language should not become, a means of showing off, something that, I'm sorry, you may be a great fan of Salman Rushdie, but I think Salman Rushdie shows off a lot. The way in which he constructs his sentences is basically saying, look how clever I am. Look how amazingly complex this sentence is. And I think that there is a way in which literary language can become extremely gratuitous. It can become an end in itself. That is something that I would strongly advise you against. But I also believe that literary language is only valid insofar as it manages to communicate what a simply constructed sentence would not be able to. That is my answer. So it is actually the goal that makes it important, not the action itself. You know, there is an author who is now being celebrated in America. People are talking about him a lot, called Ocean Vuong. Now, Ocean Vuong is somebody who initially was very famous for his poetry. Now he has published his novel called On Earth, We Are Briefly Gorgeous.
Okay.
Now, a lot of people who have actually read Ocean Vuong, some people think, oh my God, this is magical language. Oh my God, this is so amazing. But there have also been others who have said, I couldn't read Ocean Vuong because it seems as though he is playing with language so much. The language is so poetical that the joy of reading fiction isn't there anymore. It is almost as though you're reading this huge book of poetry. And it becomes taxing after a time, and they say, I'm sorry, but I can't read a novel anymore because it's just poetry. So there is a way in which you can certainly push literary language, but it is the motive that is important, not the act itself.
Okay, so there are multiple layers in the novel. Now let's get back to the novel once again.
Yeah.
The study.
Yes.
So, okay, there are certain things that I took a note of, which I would love to share with you.
Sure.
There is a, I'm talking about Madhav's sister. I'm talking about Madhav's sister.
Yes.
Initially, she is a very docile woman, and she feels that she kept distance with people who did not talk in the normative way. I mean, according to the societal norms.
Correct.
And the moment she finds that her husband is very excited at the demolition of the Babri Masjid, then her total approach to life changes. And the other thing is when she discovers that her brother is gay and the husband is homophobic. Now, how could she balance? I mean, this is something which happens everywhere. Now, the reason why I'm asking this question to you is that just now I had a particular comment in the chat box by Brinda Samanta. According to Brinda, I mean, she is asking us to support the homosexuals so that they can come at the mainstream. Even though I don't agree that they are not at the mainstream, I agree that everybody is at the mainstream.
Yes.
Because the point and the center and the margin, they have, their particular demarcations have faded already.
Yes.
So what is your take on this?
It is difficult, isn't it? And I think that there are many people. I think that the dilemma that Madhav's sister, it is Madhav, isn't it? Yeah. The dilemma that Madhav's sister experiences is an extremely common dilemma that many people in families today experience. Because I'm sure, there must be amongst the participants over here, somebody that they know who is lesbian, somebody that they know who is gay. And I'm sure the people over here are very attached to those people. It could be their sibling, it could be their nephew, it could be their niece, it could be their best friend. And they are constantly struggling with this idea that, she's my best friend. So what if she's a lesbian? But she also knows that she can't bring her best friend home because her parents are homophobic. So therefore, and this is something which, people are fighting with. This is something that people are constantly negotiating with. But I think the way out of this is conversation, is talking. And I think, the more you talk about it, the more acceptable it becomes, the more it becomes a part of the general discourse. And that, to a certain extent, liquidates the homophobia or the transphobia that is there. So my simple answer to that question would be, this is something which Veena probably does not do. I think that's what her name is, elder sister's name. This is something what she does not do, but I would strongly recommend everybody here to talk more, because the more you talk, the easier it becomes for everybody to sort of talk about their sexuality, to talk about their gender, the way in which they should. So more conversation is required.
Okay. Now, we found a lot of tears in the novel. A lot of tears.
Yes.
People had been shedding a lot of tears.
A lot
for
of
longing.
people cry.
It is a kind of an emotional journey, and I have a lot of people cry.
Yes.
Just like you had in the mega serials, a lot of people
Yes,
cry.
a lot of people cry.
As I know Professor Chatterjee as a person, he is a very emotional person. I still remember the day. I mean, Professor Sharvani Chatterjee left us. Professor Sharvani Chaudhary left us. We were all in the verge of tears, and I still remember the day Professor Ashok Sengupta had his farewell. All of us were literally in the verge of crying. So Niladri the emotional man, and Deep, Madhav, Ronald, the men. How do you connect in terms of emotion?
Right. I think that, Shubhayu, I think this was very much at the back of my mind, because when I was envisioning these characters, I was also trying to project a kind of masculinity, for the want of a better word, a masculinity that is emotionally expressive. Because this is something which I think a lot of men don't do. And I think men don't understand the damage that they cause themselves by not expressing their emotions. Because because society teaches men to be only angry. So the only emotion, angry or lustful. So the only two emotions that are available to men is either be horny or be angry. You don't have any other emotions. So I think it becomes very important for men to sort of weep. It becomes very important for men to cry. It becomes very important for men to show their emotional vulnerability, because I think when you do that, you are actually destroying the patriarchal strictures that you are oppressed by. So I think it is very important for men to get in touch with their emotions. I don't believe in the nonsense about getting in touch with your feminine side, because I don't know what a person's feminine side is. But I believe that one should certainly get in touch with your emotions, and that is something which I very deliberately put into my novel. So yes, a lot of men cry. I think it becomes very important for Madhav to cry, especially. It becomes very important for Madhav to cry, and it also becomes very important for Ronald to cry. Those two people need to cry, because Ronald represents the British race. He represents the British stiff upper lip. He represents, emotional straitjacket. So for me, it was very important that Ronald should cry. And Madhav should cry. I think Madhav's tears were very important, because Madhav, remember, he used to be a bully, or he supported bullying, right? So therefore, Madhav himself was a very, very unpleasant young man, a very unpleasant boy. So for him to break down was an evolution. And I wanted that evolution to happen in the novel. So yes, so tears are important, yes.
I was reading one of your interviews, and I found your familiarity with the work of Krishna Gopal Mullik.
Yes.
I mean, could you say something about Krishna Gopal Mullik?
I would love to. I am only just beginning to explore the work of Krishna Gopal Mullik Krishna Gopal Mollik lived on College Street, and he was publishing in the 1990s. And it is extraordinary. I mean, I did not know about it. See, this is the thing about scholarship. I had no idea about Krishna Gopal Mollik. I didn't know who he was. I was made aware of Krishna Gopal Mollik by somebody who was doing his PhD under my supervision, Shayantan Mitra. And Shayantan said, "Are you aware of the work of Krishna Gopal Mollik?" And I said, "Who's he?" And then he said, "Okay, this is the stuff that Krishna Gopal Mollik has written. I think you should read it." And I was amazed to find that Krishna Gopal Mollik, this, married sort of member of the famous Mollik family, the same family from which we have, Ranjit Mollik and Koel Mollik, same family. And a member of that family, so sort of aristocratic, married, living on College Street, but having relationships with men and writing about it, right? So I was amazed that you have somebody in Kolkata who is writing so openly, so unapologetically, so joyfully by talking to his son. It's an absolutely astonishing sort of piece of work, that body of work that Krishna Gopal Mollik has produced, but people don't know about it. So I have now taken it upon myself as a pet project that I'm going to, promote him, as it were.
Right. So, a very interesting query. Have you heard of somebody called Suniti Namjoshi?
Oh, yes, I met her. I met her.
All right.
I actually, she is absolutely wonderful. I met her as she reads so beautifully.
I'm talking about her novel, The Conversations of a Cow, 1985.
Yes, correct.
It is a novel that mixes fable and fantasy as it examines the
Correct.
relationship between Suniti, a feminist lesbian separatist, and
Correct.
Bhadravati, a lesbian Brahmin cow. Now, my question to you is that
Yes.
I said 3 words: feminist, lesbian, separatist. Now,
Yes.
how would you count on this? And the other one was, Bhadro.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
focusing on the term Bhadro,
Yes.
and a lesbian, a Brahmin, and a cow. So what is your
Right.
take on this? Seven. mean,
Well,
words.
first of all, I think Suniti Namjoshi is unbelievably talented. She's so funny. I remember sort of attending her reading many years ago. I think this was 2004 or 5. We were at a conference in Hyderabad, and she was reading. I think that Suniti Namjoshi's work needs greater circulation. As to being a lesbian separatist, well, that, there are so many ways of challenging patriarchy, so many ways. And this is perhaps Suniti Namjoshi's way of challenging patriarchy. I believe that there is no one feminism. I believe that there is no one way of doing gender politics. I think there are innumerable ways of doing gender politics, innumerable ways of being a feminist. Suniti Namjoshi is just one of them. And I think that the more there is a proliferation of the way in which gender activism or gender studies functions, I think the stronger it will be. So I totally enjoy Suniti Namjoshi's work, and I think she's fantastic. Yeah. And she's great to talk to.
No. I was my question was that she talks about a lesbian who is a feminist as well as a separatist, and how
Yeah.
can you conjoin the 3 terms?
You can, because you must understand that. Yeah, no, you can, because there is a way in which, of course, there are lesbian feminists. The whole idea of the lesbian feminists goes way back to the 1970s, when a lot of women, they felt that, they simply didn't need men anymore. So they formed these lesbian communes. Now, what you really have to understand is that there were a lot of women who identified politically as a lesbian and not necessarily practicing lesbians, right? So therefore, there would be a lot of women who would be heterosexual, but they would say that we are politically lesbian, which means that we believe that women should form alliances with other women. Those alliances may be sexual, those alliances may be asexual, but alliances amongst women is necessary. So there were a lot of women who actually believed it, which is why you have the term lesbian feminist. As far as separatist is concerned, yes, well, a lot of women believe that you should separate. Women should live apart from men, and men should live away from women. But mind you, this was very much a 70s thing, right? Much later, you really have an evolution where people start to see that separatism does not work. Separatism is ultimately patriarchal. And so a lot of lesbian feminists have changed their position. Now they are also reaching out to men because they believe that only women feminists cannot change the world. We need men as well. So there has been an evolution of the politics of lesbianism as well. And Sumiti Ramjoshi is a pretty interesting example of that kind of activism where they believed in separatism. Yeah.
No, I thank you particularly because due to this session, I am slowly becoming conversant with this kind of writers.
Yes,
it's a very new area for me, but obviously
yes.
I'm trying to cope up.
Yeah,
absolutely. And what is your take on Ismat Chungtai? I mean, the quilt. It has become a canonical text right now, but initially when it was published, I mean, people didn't receive it as it should have been right now. Since it became a canonical text right now, so it has been adopted in a lot of universities right now. The reason why I'm asking you this question is that there's a question of Shreya Chakraborty at the chat box. She is asking you, don't you think that queer novels should be introduced in the school curriculum as well? I mean, just in order so that, so that everybody can respect each other's private spaces. I mean,
I don't know about private spaces because I don't think heterosexuality certainly is not private. Heterosexuality is the most incredibly public sexuality that there is. So I don't see any problem in people's sexuality becoming public as well. But the much more important question about the change in the curriculum. Yes, I think that queer narratives can be introduced in school level. The person who has asked the question may be interested to know that in the 80s, in England, for example, there were efforts at introducing texts like this, little storybooks like this in the school curriculum. So therefore, there was this one book that I distinctly remember, which was called Heather Has Two Moms. That was what the book was called. Heather Has Two Moms, which was basically about a couple of lesbians who were raising this little girl called Heather. And I think there was a companion book to that, I think, which was like John Has Two Daddies, which was about two men who were raising their boy. So these two books became subject of major controversy. This was 1980s. Margaret Thatcher was against these books and all of that. But having said that, if you go through the list of books that are today being written specifically for children, and in which you have the queer storyline, these books are available. They can certainly be introduced in schools. There should be no problem at all. On the subject of easily readable books, there is one very thin novel that I would want to bring to your attention. It's a novel by Ruskin Bond. Now, many of us would know that Ruskin Bond is very easy to read, right? Ruskin Bond is very often taught in schools. So this is a novel by Ruskin Bond that people can take a look at. It's called Delhi Is Not Far. Make a note of that novel. Delhi is not far. Because Delhi Is Not Far is this very thin novel in which Ruskin Bond is basically talking about two men who are in love with each other. But he does it in an incredibly sort of nuanced way. He does it in a very covert way, but the language is reasonably transparent. So you know that he's talking about two men who are in love. The novel is called Delhi is Not Far. So there are these books that are available, and if the ICSE board or ISC board should choose to, they can certainly introduce these texts at school level.
So there is a question from Tanmay Das.
Yes.
He is talking about the reader's block. You have already said about writer's block when Paroma was asking you. So Tanmay writes, so it's just like the writer's block. Is there any way to escape the reader's block?
Stop reading. Stop reading for a time, and then come back to the book once you think that you're in the mood. I think that it is very unwise to force yourself to read a book, because sometimes you lose whatever little interest you had in the book. You lose it completely. One needs a certain mindset to read, right? And you may not always have that mindset. So therefore, it is unfair to demand that a book always entertain you. Sometimes some books can be difficult. And in order to read those difficult books, which is a good idea, you need to have that mindset. So if you don't have that mindset, don't read it. Put the book away, come back to it when you have a better frame of mind to read it. So yeah, stop reading the book that you're having a reader's block with, come back to it later.
There is a question from Shreya Rai. What role do prejudice and discrimination play in the lives of lesbian, gay, and bisexual people?
There is no one answer to that question, because simply to say that all lesbians are discriminated against or all gay men are discriminated against is perhaps not accurate. Well, I mean, at some level there are discriminations. Yes, because there are some rights that are available to heterosexual people that are not available to LGBT people. That is true. But I think, but there I'm talking about the legal aspect of things, right? So in India, for example, we don't have gay marriage. In India right now, we don't have the provision where two men or two women can open a joint bank account. Like a husband and wife can open a joint bank account. Two men and two women cannot do that. So there are certain restrictions that are still there. This is at the official level. This is at the legal level where these restrictions are there, which applies to all lesbians and gay men. But one can certainly say that other kinds of discrimination are they differ from society to society. They differ from situation to situation. So say, for example, I believe that there is a very, very interesting way of talking about it. If you are a famous Bollywood film producer, for example, and if you are gay, right, you are not going to feel as discriminated against as, for example, a Dalit gay man living in a remote village of, say, Uttar Pradesh. So I think discriminations and the nature of discriminations, they certainly vary. And, there is no one blanket discrimination against everyone. It is very situational. There are some people who have very supportive families, then there are other people who don't have supportive families. So it certainly differs from person to person. It's very contextual.
So I would love you to talk about Hutum. Because Hutum, even in his absence, is present in the novel.
Yes.
Why Hutum? Is it a kind of Hutum Pachan Nosha that you're trying to say?
No. I don't know whether that is the reference that I was thinking about, but who knows how writers think. So Hutum is the cat who has been left behind in Kolkata with the parents of Deep. And I think Hutom, I think Hutom is the embodiment of what Deep is missing about Kolkata. So in a very strange way, Hutom, just being a cat, sort of represents the longing that Deep feels sitting thousands of miles away in Austin and with the little cat that he has left behind. So it is about the emotional connection that he has with the city. It is also an emotional connection that he has with his family. It is about the emotional connection that he has with his house. So all of these emotional connections somehow are sort of encapsulated in the figure of the cat. So yes, Hutom is the absent presence in the novel. Very much, yes. That is very well spotted.
So let's welcome Pinakida. Dr.
Yes,
Pinakida
yes.
is with us.
Yes,
Pinakida,
Pinaki,
do you have any
very
question for sir?
Pinaki,
Pinakida?
very nice to.
Pinakida?
I just got a glimpse of.
Pinakida, are you there? Pinakida?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
No.
Yes, Pinaki. How nice to hear
Okay,
your voice.
how are you,
After such a long time.
Nilatida? It's can you see me actually now? I mean, I can.
No, I cannot see you. You're just this very very well lit DP. But I cannot. But
Okay.
that is all that you are.
No, that's fine. So I have actually. I think people can see me, right? I don't know. I mean, I have got.
No, I can't see you. I can't see you at all.
Because there are other people,
You're just a radio. Oh, now I can see you. Now I can see you. Yes, yes, with the calendar fluttering in the air behind you.
Yeah. It's a bit of that. So Nilatida is very, I was actually listening to the discussion. I don't have any questions specifically, but wonderful. I really, I was listening to the entire discussion. Not from the very first, but I just probably entered a bit later. But
Yes.
it was fascinating, and of course. It's very rare, and this is something I always wanted to tell because we all know Niladrida, talking about his academic interests and all that, but he's also a writer. So I think that makes it very special, because here he's speaking as somebody who is involved in creative writing, right? And I personally feel that's very impressed. That's a very important thing for academics to do, because we do a lot of, we sort of think on others, right? So it's sometimes from your own narrative. It is always a kind of I feel amazingly, proud of that, really happy that your, book came out. It did very well. And in fact, I think it came out 3 years ago, right? If I'm not wrong.
You're right. No, you're right. It came out in 2016 as an ebook.
Yes.
And then I begged the publishers to bring it out as a physical book, and they said, "Well, we'll see." And then finally, it was published as a physical book in November last year, and it had a proper launch, in February this year, just before the lockdown.
I saw the photos as well.
So the Telegraph could cover it. Yes.
Yes. I'm really proud of that, Niladrida. So I have no questions as such. I was more, intent in listening to you. So, for me, it's very interesting because I always find you very interesting. From Jadavpur days, of course, you are very senior to us. But, remember when I was a student, you used to speak at Jadavpur, and it brings back fond memories because
It does. Yes, it does. Oh, I remember those days very clearly.
And you have traveled, of course, a long way from there. But
As indeed you have.
yeah, everybody, yeah. So in a way, everybody
Yes.
has. But I really, I'm very happy that Shubhayu actually, thought of doing a webinar on this because I always feel, we will go on speaking. We will go on, go on to speak about things that we love to teach and all that. But sometimes when you speak about your own creative, writing or your own creative work, it gives you a different kind of incentive. It kind of inspires the students as well to probably venture beyond their comfort zone in order to do something of their own, to frame a narrative of their own, to write a narrative of their own.
Yes. Because I absolutely believe that every single one of us has got at least one novel in them.
Oh, that's a wonderful. Yeah, I agree with it. I agree with it completely.
Everybody can write one novel.
So,
that
Shubhai,
is
if
true.
there are any other questions, because I'm more interested in listening to Niladrida, and it has been fascinating because the questions are very good. So, you know, if
Yes.
there are other questions, I'm here. I'm just muting my microphone, and let us listen to Niladrida.
Absolutely.
Or if you'd like Shubhai to do
Thank you,
me to
Kiran.
do a
That-
reading, I'll be do that as well.
Absolutely, sir.
I think
Read
your
it
reading
from
would
any
be-
favorite part of your text.
Reading would be fantastic. I think reading would be
No,
fantastic.
Shubhai, you get to choose. You get to choose which section do I
So
read
two of
out
my-
of.
okay, chapter 11, when Madhav discloses that he is gay to his Didi.
Okay. Wow. That. Oh my God. That is a
It's probably
heavy.
chapter 11.
That's a heavy chapter.
See, I remember all the chapters.
You do. That's a very heavy. Oh gosh. Let me find out. It's a very heavy chapter.
No, it's very emotional. I mean,
Are you sure?
it's wonderful.
It's a very.
I think you have written. I think you have written, rewritten, redrafted it several times before getting it right. I personally feel that. It's wonderful.
I think so. Yes, I think so. Oh yes, no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're right. So would you want that?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay.
And before we leave, I would ask you about the Austrian days.
Alright, the Austin days. Yes. Okay. So this is Madhav, who is suddenly thinking about, because Madhav is now about to confront his own sexuality, and he is suddenly thinking about the way in which he had once enjoyed the way in which an effeminate boy was bullied in front of him, and Madhav had just sat back and he had allowed that bullying to go ahead. So I'm just going to read a little bit of the bullying part, and then I'll come to the part where he actually comes out to his sister. Parimal stopped coming to school after that day. Nobody had any news of him. Some said his parents had admitted him into another school. Some were sure that he and his parents had left Kolkata. Rumors about his possible sighting swirled around the bus for a few weeks before life quietened it all down. Nobody spoke of him anymore. It was like he never existed. Tonight, Parimal's tear-streaked, runny-nosed face surfaced in Madhav's memories. His mother once told him, "If you think you did wrong to someone, but you can't apologize to them, just think of their face and say sorry. But remember, mean it." Madhav sat up in his bed. He wiped his eyes, joined his palms, closed his eyes, and pronounced the words that had been stuck in his throat all these years. "Parimal, I do not know where you are. That day I should have helped you. I should not have sat back and let you suffer. I am ashamed of myself. I'm sorry. Wherever you are, I really hope you are happy. I'm a homo like you, Parimal. Exactly like you." Madhav found it difficult to control his sobs. He decided he will not control them anymore. He must cry now. He must cry, not to feel sorry for himself, but out of shame. He was startled by a knock on the door. Oh shit, he thought. I was too loud. From the other side of the door came Veena's voice. "Chotu, are you okay? Why are you crying? What's the matter? Open the door right now. Right now. I say open the door or I'll swear I'll break it down. Enough is enough. You have not been eating properly. You have not been going out. What is it? Open the door now." Madhav opened the door. His whose face was wet with hastily wiped tears. Veena took her brother in her arms. He started weeping again. Shh, 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 whispered the elder sister. It's okay. It's okay. Bata mujhe. What's the matter? Didi, I'm gay.
Amazing. Amazing. I mean, this is the emotion to the core, and everybody should at least read the scholar once. Everybody should read the scholar once. It is available at Queerlink.
Yeah.
Please buy it. Please buy it because it is going to be a similar text. So let's talk about your Austin days.
Yeah, Shubhayu, you should also tell everybody that you should give them the number that I gave you, and they can order their copies with this person, and they'll receive them.
Right. I'll definitely tell them. Okay, so what about the Austin days? Because when
I
you
think
joined
by
the
Austin-
university, you just came back from Austin,
Yes.
and
Yes. I think it was a rather wonderful time
there
because
because if you were not there, I mean, like you portrayed Calcutta or Kolkata right now, you have portrayed Austin in the same way. I mean,
Yes, I
Austin
have.
became a character itself in the novel, and city speaks
It
just
did.
like you had
It did.
Venice in Thomas Mann.
Yes. Yes, no, you're absolutely right. I think there are two cities that actually function as characters in the novel. Kolkata certainly does function as a character. Austin also functions as a character. So you're absolutely right. Yes. What can I say about Austin? I think I was struck by the sheer expanse of it. I was struck by the sheer enormity of space. I was struck by the sky, because I had not seen so much sky in Kolkata. So the huge expanse of the sky was very sort of impressive to me. And I was very lucky. I think this was partly because I was in the Southern American states, which are regarded as being much more friendly than northern states and in the eastern states. So, Shubhayu, my enduring impression of Austin is going to be of endless laughter and Mexican food and friends, because I ended up making so many friends, and I'm very glad that some of them I'm still in touch with after all these years. So Austin really helped me overcome my homesickness. I was homesick for a couple of weeks, and then my homesickness vanished. So it was the expanse of Austin that I remember. It was the Tex-Mex food of Austin that I remember. Oh, I remember the music of Austin. Austin was full of live music. So I remember the music of Austin, and of course, those dear people who took me to their heart.
Because there is a lot of references about music in the scholars. I mean, a lot of references about music.
Yeah, yes, there is. There is a lot of. Not only is there a lot of.
If music be a full of love.
There is a lot of music in there, and there's a lot of different kinds of music. So there is hip hop, and then there is Western classical music. Then there is Shama Songit. Then there is Shudin Das Gupta. There is Asha Bhosle. So there is a big kind of range of music in the novel as well. So yes. Yes.
That's wonderful. And another interesting, I mean, observation that I actually made after going through the novel is the way you have put in religion.
Yes.
Especially Hinduism, and
Yeah.
and somehow I thought Ramakrishna Mission is a camouflaging of the Krishna Sok. Have I mistaken?
No, it isn't. Yeah, no, you are mistaken.
And why do you think he
Sorry? Sorry?
Okay, it isn't. No, that's okay. Why Krishna?
Oh, I
Is
think
it because of
Krishna.
the avatars of Krishna?
No. I think Krishna is a remarkably queer divinity. I think Krishna's queerness is something which is extremely productive. It is very generative, and I think Krishna is very dear to me personally for a number of reasons. Krishna is very dear to me first of all because in the romance between Radha and Krishna, we have this rather wonderful example that you need not be married to the person that you love. So the delinkage of love and marriage is rather beautifully exemplified in the relationship between Radha and Krishna, which I think is rather wonderful. But I also believe that Krishna is, if you think of Krishna as another incarnation of Vishnu, then Vishnu, of course, he changes gender, he changes sex. So Vishnu can also become Mohini. And I thought this kind of gender fluidity is also very, very useful to people who are looking at Indian mythology through queer eyes. And of course, there is the relationship between Krishna and Arjuna, in which it is very, very clear. Krishna says very clearly that I feel more attachment towards Arjuna than I feel towards my wives. So therefore, there is a kind of homoerotic intensity in the relationship between Krishna and Arjuna, which is very, very useful to queer scholars. Just as Krishna's gender fluidity is useful, just as Krishna's having a relationship with somebody that he does not marry useful. So in many, many ways, Krishna, I think, is being non-normative. And it is this coexistence of the various non-normativities of Krishna that makes him such an irresistible focus of the novel.
Thank you, sir. We would love you to stay back. It was wonderful talking to you. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Because two of my favorite people have been presenting today. And
I will say Jackie.
Okay, I'm sorry, folks, for any other question. Kindly write at the chat box. We will, and along with your mail ID, we will definitely get back to you. But since we have another interesting and equally intriguing session by Dr. Pinaki De, my elder brother, so naturally we have to stop here in the first session, and sir is staying back, right?
I will.
Meanwhile, I have
mute my mic and I'll stay back.
Okay, I have an announcement to make before I hand over the mic to Shilpi. We are on the 22nd of July 2020. We are going to host an international webinar on world cinema, literary adaptations and beyond. The CFP is already out. The call for papers is already out. The last date for submission of abstract is 18th of July. So if you didn't have it, kindly put your numbers in the chat box. We will make a WhatsApp group and we will be sending you the CFP. Now over to Shilpi to introduce the maestro Pinaki Da.
Okay. Hello. Thank you, Professor Dr. Chatterjee. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Chatterjee and Shubhayu Chakraborty for their very, very nice interactive session. We enjoy a very informative session of English literature, basically of a novel of sexuality and so many terms of sexuality. I think all the participants also have enjoyed and enriched their knowledge. We have another interactive session. The speaker is Dr. Pinaki De, Associate Professor Raja Pyari Mohan College, Hooghly. I request Professor Shilpi Bhosak, HOD, Department of English, to introduce Pinaki De.
Thank you, Shanada. Thank you, Shanada. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Pinaki De, such an illustrious personality. Dr. Pinakide is a multiple award-winning graphic illustrator designer who regularly works for renowned publishers like Penguin Random House, HarperCollins, Hachette, Routledge, Primus, Oxford University Press, Singapore University Press, Bloomsbury, Orient Black Swan, Worldview, Pen Picador, Simon and Sochter, Permanent Black, Alchemy, Sage, Rowley, Sahitya Academy, Rupa, and many others. He has designed almost 500 books cover till date. He is the winner of Publishing Next Prize for Best Book Cover Design in India twice in 2017 and 2019. His book cover for Calcutta by Kunal Bosu won the prestigious Oxford Bookstore Prize for the Best Cover Design in India at Jaipur Literary Fest 2017. His layout design on Satyajit Ray's archival manuscripts has drawn applause from all across the globe. A Charles Wallace Trust Fellow, his PhD is in comics theory. Pinaki is one of the editors of the prestigious annual magazine Long Form, published from HarperCollins 2018, which is generally regarded as the first global comics magazine from India. He is the Indian Comics Advisor for Mangasia, the biggest ever exhibition on Asian comics curated by Paul Gravett for the Barbican London. His book-length comics on partition is due next year. Pinaki juggles his creative work with academics as he has a day job as an associate professor of Raja Peri Mohan College, Uttarpara. With these words, I welcome Israel. Over to you, Dr. Pinakide and Shubhalba. We hope we will have another enlightening and entertaining session. Thank you.
Well, হ্যালো পিনাকিদা শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
হ্যাঁ, I can.
শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
হ্যাঁ, পাচ্ছি।
Hello?
খুব ভালো করে। আমাকে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে শোনা?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ শুনতে
Can
পাচ্ছি।
you hear me? Can you hear me?
I request all the other persons to mute their audios, please. Please. Okay, right. So it gives me a privilege to welcome Dr. Pinakide.
Don't
Or
mention
rather,
doctor. I dislike that.
let's call him Pinakida because
Yes.
he loves people to call him Pinakida.
Doctor is a
As my
horrible.
elder brother,
I'm
and
not
we
a
are going to
doctor.
have an equally fascinating session on visual art. So over to you, Pinakida.
Yeah, so Shubhayu, what it should be? It should be a kind of a freewheeling session where you ask questions, or maybe I start a
Absolutely.
bit and then you ask a bit of my questions. So basically, I was talking about visual arts, but I'll be probably sticking to comics and maybe veer in between certain paintings and everything. So let me start off because the whole idea is to talk about politics, right? Unleashing the politics of that is there within visual arts. And let me start the conversation. Can you hear me first of all? Shubhayu, can you hear me? Everybody, can you hear me?
Absolutely. Everybody is
Okay,
hearing you.
wonderful. So what I'll do is I will also do a kind of a presentation, and I have to probably do a screen share, which I can do from here. And please confirm if you can actually see the screen share, because there are certain things which I need to show to you, first of all. And also, Shubhayu, can you stick me to a kind of a panel where I can see myself? Because I cannot see myself here in the panel. So
Okay.
that's a problem. So if you can
Okay.
actually...
Just hold on,
Yeah,
brother.
if you can
Srikanto,
stick me.
Srikanto, if you're there, Srikanto, kindly put Pinakidake একটা আলাদা প্রেজেন্টেশনে একটা প্যানেল করো, Pinakidake একটা আলাদা প্যানেলে দিয়ে দাও।
Because otherwise,
মানে
I'll be
মুখটা যাতে
showing,
দেখা-
yeah, I will be showing of books which you need to know. I see. So it is there in the hard copy. Some of them it will be screen share, but some of the books I want to show, because there are some books because if you don't know what I am talking about, I think I'll be just talking in vacuum, and that is not my intention. So it is very important that you see the books that I show you. Okay. Yeah, and also some.
Srikanto,
No, I can see now. I can see myself now. Don't worry. So I can see myself. I can show the books. So let me begin with a kind of a screen share. And when we talk about comics, when we talk about especially, comics is of course a very new kind of a form. And I prefer the word comics rather than graphic novel. There is a reason for that. Maybe if there is a time, I will discuss that later. Shubhayu, my preference for the word comics. And I really don't like the word graphic novel, although I have no problem with anybody using the word graphic novel as such. So it is perfectly all right if anyone wants to use graphic novel. But let me, I always find that whenever I talk about comics, most of the academics actually dismiss it, as low art, and this has been the case. Now, of course, things have changed because we have seen more and more works coming out that that is more complex. But when I started my PhD, when I started my career as a PhD scholar, most of the people would sort of go back to me and say, are you working on comics? It is as if something that they haven't heard of. And whenever I am told to talk about comics, what can comics do? So what I do is I do a kind of a small kind of I take recourse to a kind of a tact. And what kind of tact it is? I begin with Pablo Picasso, because you cannot question Pablo Picasso as as a low artist. Okay, so Pablo Picasso, and I'll talk about Guernica, because as you all know, Guernica is well known, and I'll just show you Guernica. Let me present I don't know whether you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Can everybody see my screen? Okay, wonderful. So basically, of course, this painting, and this is painting, of course, this is by Pablo Picasso. And if you know the background of the painting, this was actually done in response to the bombing, of Guernica, which is basically a small town, village, whatever you call it, in the Basque country of Spain. And it was done by mostly the German, the Nazi squadrons of the German army, also supported by Mussolini. Of course, they were egged on by the nationalists of General Franco. Remember, Basque, of course, Barcelona is also part of the Basque country. They were actually the hub of the Republicans who are actively fighting against Franco. So, and that happened, I think, if I remember correctly, on 26th April 1937. The town was completely destroyed. It was almost, smashed to ground. Okay. So, of course, Picasso drew this in response to that bombing. Now, why am I beginning a discussion on comics with Guernica? Because Guernica, as you all know, is a painting that is there in the gallery. It's one of the greatest painting ever done. It is recognized as one of the most iconic painting ever done, right? And if you are interested, you can also see how Dora Maar, the photographer, actually photographed the process of Picasso doing the painting. And also you have, if you are more interested, there is this American artist called John Ferren, who actually helped Picasso in mounting this huge painting. So this painting, as you all know, was unveiled in July itself, July 1937, in the Paris International Exposition, and it became a kind of a sensation. But what we don't know, that, before doing this painting, Picasso did something which, in a way, almost anticipates the painting. And I'm talking about this work called The Dream and Lies of Franco. Now, if you look at this work, The Dream and Lies of Franco, this was done in aquatint. So if you can see, there is a grid of 3. So 3 into 3, there are 9 panels, mostly, of equal length. So you can call them democratic panels. And you can see that, the character of Franco, if I'm allowed to show you, the character of Franco is actually, can you see this? So, I'm sorry. So the character of Franco is actually a kind of a, disformed figure. There is actually a term that Picasso used, evil-omened evil omened polyp. Okay, so he drew Franco as an evil omened polyp, and Franco doing a lot of things. So you can see Franco being gored by a bull, Franco with oversized phallus, Franco dressed as a courtesan, Franco, fighting, Franco riding the horse, Franco trampling upon the horse. So what you actually see that, there is a sense of sequentiality, inbuilt in the way the Dream and Lies of Franco was done. So even Picasso, if you talk about, visual sequentiality, of course, comics, talks about sequentiality. It's at the heart of comics. Guernica is preceded by a kind of a draft, and the draft painting, and there is another version, of course, and there are actually 14 panels. So basically, you can see another 9, so total 18, but initially they were 14. The 4 were actually added later. So you can see the top half painting, which are blackened, are basically part of the earlier series, but the line drawings which were added later, so 1, 2, 3, 4 at the bottom, they were added later. They were actually line drawings, and you can see that a lot of this painting, elements of the paintings have actually been used in Guernica. So if you go to Guernica, you can see, for example, the hand of the woman, okay, or the bull, okay, the cry of the woman, or the horse being trampled over, or the horse almost shrieking out, everything there in the sequentiality, there within the narrative of the painting. Of course, you can read, you know that although Guernica collapses into a kind of a single panel, work, there is a kind of a narrative that is going within it. So, this is where I begin it, So whenever we talk about, comics, when we talk about visual arts, even visual arts, if you look at it, even within a single panel, you can have a kind of a narrative sequence built within, okay? And so, and it's very overtly political. And I don't remember, in that sense, of course, everything that you do is overtly political. Of course, Niladrida was talking about it earlier. So, of course, when we talk about politics, in a way, this is overtly political, because this is a response to a specific event that occurred, and, Picasso is registering his kind of protest against it. So what I want to talk about, what I want to tell you is that, even the greatest artists, for example, and when we are talking about great visual artists, if you look at the drafts of their works, there is a lot of sequentiality. They think in a kind of a sequential fashion. It seems that they think in terms of a sequential fashion. And a lot of Picasso's drafts, I cannot show all of them, are actually there in a kind of a sequentiality, which in a way may be a kind of a loose form of kind of a comics art. The kind of comics art. Of course, it's not comics consciously, but you can see that he is thinking in terms of sequentiality. Similarly, if you go to say Salvador Dali, for example, you can see the same thing. Dali, for example, actually, okay. So let me close this. Let me stop the share and come back to my, avatar of, just speaking. So what I'm trying to tell Shubhayu is that, I always thought that, the very idea of political, the personal and the political are so intermingled with each other. So what is political is deeply personal, and what is deeply personal is also political. So I can just start off from there. It's a kind of a introduction which sets the ball rolling, and then of course we can talk about the way comics deal with politics, specifically politics of resistance. Comics as a form being so important, that can play a very important role in the politics of resistance. And I'd love to discuss that in Indian context as well, because we have a lot of Indian work that actually talk about politics in a very, of course, in a way we know it, and also the kind of politics that is built inbuilt ideologically. So, that is where I want to begin. So, don't dismiss anything as low art. There is nothing called low or high art. Of course, comics is popular. Comics always has been popular. But and whenever you think of art, you think of galleries. The very idea of gallery, separating art from within quote the surroundings in a way is also very problematic. Look at Marcel Duchamp, for example. So when you talk about Duchamp, his ready-mades, he actually put his ready-mades in a gallery. So there was a urinal that was there, in a garbage bin, and he put it in a gallery, and then suddenly it became art. So what exactly becomes art, and what exactly is art, and can we separate it, in such a manner? So what I'm trying to talk about is the fluidity of the mediums. Okay, so when we talk of painting, when we talk of any kind of visual art, I personally feel there is a very thin line separating the two. So I think I can begin with Picasso and the Dream and Lies of Franco. That may be a beginning point. Now what we can do is we can look at some of the Indian works which I think actually talk about politics, of course, in a very, very strong way. It tackles politics, and there are a lot of Indian comics that are actually taking on, the system, the way they talk about politics in a much more what I call explicit manner, not implicitly. So I can discuss all this, Shubhayu, but I think you can set the ball rolling by asking me questions, and maybe we can take it from there, since this is supposed to be a kind of a discussion rather than a big lecture.
No, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, if you can continue, you are a master
No, but
of
still,
the
if
game.
you
Come
want
on.
to okay, so let me do one thing. Let me show you some of the works which I think are
Absolutely.
happening in India, which actually
Okay.
talk about politics in a very overt way. Okay, and of
Okay,
course I know the word. Yeah, tell me.
okay, can I speak? What I would request you to let's talk about four things today, right?
Tell
In
me.
miniatures, that would be okay. One is typical paintings and the politics represented by them, because we all are eager to see your lovely collection. Then we would talk about certain comics which we have been seeing from our childhood, because everybody is not well acquainted with the kind of comics that has been
Yes,
that is going on in India. And
yes.
then we would go on with your cover designs, and finally we would try to unveil the comics that are coming out in India right now and for everybody to read, so that the comic industry can go on rolling and have a lot of leadership.
Okay, that's a
What do you
wonderful
think
thing, but
about
it
this?
will take a lot of time. So what I'll do is we'll shorten things in a kind of a small way.
No, we,
But
we, we, we all would love to hear from you. I mean, nobody's going on today.
Okay, wonderful. So let me begin with some books which I really want to show, of course, because I think there are books. Of course, when we talk, the word political, the word, the very word politics is very problematic. The way we look at politics, the word politics in a kind of a sacrosanct manner is something that is wrong. Of course, we all know that we are all political in one way or the other. But still, let me show you some books which talks about politics in a much more overt manner. So let me start off with something Bengali. I don't know, a lot of non-Bengali viewers are here, but I want to show you a Bengali comics. And look, I want to show you a comics by Shurjo Rai. Now, Shurjo Rai was doing his comics in 1969, and I don't know whether you have seen this comics. Let me again present it to you, because I think you need to see this. Otherwise, I think you will miss what I'm trying to talk about. Now, when we talk about the politics of representation, comics in 1969, especially in Bengal, if you look at the Bengal context or the Indian context, it was mostly meant for the children or the young adult. So, very few people actually, really took on, burning issues of the time, or maybe even historical periods, which are a bit difficult to do, in terms of visual language. But I personally feel, and this is something that you should all look at, because I think this is a fantastic work. And can you see this? Can you see this?
একটু একটু বড় করো আর এটা করো, চেঞ্জ করো, ইন্ডেন্ট জাস্ট ঘোরাও এটাকে।
Acha, I need to probably, I need to do what? I need to
মেক ইট স্ট্রেট,
make it straight.
মেক ইট স্ট্রেট।
Yes.
Yes.
So can I, is this okay now?
Okay, now.
Is
It's
this
perfect.
okay? Sorry.
No,
So,
the previous one, the previous one.
Yes, so this is amazing. So this is Surjo Rai, and he's actually doing a comics on the, the Shunnashi Bidroh. Okay, now that's right. That's something very, very unique. And if you look at the drawing style of Surjo Rai, remember this is in 1969, so this is a new discovery. Because we have all heard of comic, artists like Narayan Devnath and Moyuk, of course, and others, Tushar Babu. But Surjo Rai is a kind of a discovery. And look at the way he uses the bold strokes to such an effect. There is a lot of movement in the way he works on this. I will actually go on to show you more of this work, because let me show you this again. Yeah, look at this. So, the very idea of, doing it without a panel. So there is no panel as such. Can you see? There are no square panels. Again, a kind of a departure from what was done, at least in Bengal during 1970s. This was done in 1969. So I can count it as late 1960s, early 70s. And he does away with the panel altogether. So this is where he actually, there is a reason he does it, because he wanted to make it painterly within quote. It is mentioned in one of his edit references that he wanted to make it painterly. So he does away with the panels. So the very idea of breaking down it into panels is not there in the entire comics. And if you look at the comics, and this is again one picture I showed to you. Let me show you another one, and just a minute. Yeah, so can you see? He actually introduces the panel on and off. So initially he does away with the panel, because it is of course not a short comic. There are almost 25 pages of this work, and there are pages where he completely does away with the panel, and there are pages where he falls back on the panels. And even when he falls back on the panels, he does it in a very, very interesting way. So this is of course a kind of a work on the political, on the political scenario, on an event which is historical and politically very, very important. So this is a kind of a new discovery. So this is something that you may not find in any history of English comics book. So his name is not Surjo De. I saw the chat box. His name is Surjo Rai, and this is his comics. I don't know whether I can show it. I have it in a book. We are in the process of doing a lot of other, compiling a lot of works of Surjo Rai. And once we do it, I think we will reset the history of comics in a very different way. So that is one I wanted to show you. And in Bengali, for example, we have been always, not only Bengali, in India, we have somehow simplified the political repercussions of a narrative. For example, look at the Amar Chitra Katha. So when we talk about the Indian freedom movement, for example, we have Amar Chitra Katha on every known Indian personality. But everything is airbrushed off. For example, if you look at the Ambedkar comics of Amar Chitra Katha, the Ambedkar Gandhi debate has always been airbrushed off. So whatever kind of small historical political events that are normally narrated in form of comics, we haven't tackled it head on. We have somehow simplified it. We have effaced certain areas which are uncomfortable to discuss. We have actually tried to play safe, away from the controversies, and it is continuing even now. I want to show you one book. Look what is happening in Bangladesh, for example, because since I'm talking about Bengali comics, let me talk about Bangladesh. So this is actually a book. Can you see this book? This is a book by Ahsan Habib. Now, Ahsan Habib has actually a book. This is a book called 1971, and you all know what happened in 1971. And here there is a kind of a comics for the for the young adult, depicting the kind of events that happened during 1971. Again, if you look at the comics in depth, there is not much to get there are only some factual details which you may know. There is always a kind of a nationalistic fervor which always tries to talk about something very safe, which is non-controversial. So the very idea of doing this comics is just to do a kind of a narrative which will glorify a kind of a known idea. Okay, so anything that is complicated, anything that is not so comfortable to tackle, will always be brushed off. So look at this. So I feel disappointed in the way the Bengali comics actually doesn't talk about certain events and take a stand, the ideological stand that needs to be taken. But if we compare this, say, with I think the birth of comics happened in Bosontok. Can you see this? Shubhayu, can you see this? I don't know whether you can see it. If you can see it, everybody can see. So this is Bosontok, and Bosontok was, of course, a kind of an old periodical. And many say that, the very idea, the very kind of sequential narrative that we find in India, first happened in Bosontok. It was first seen in Bosontok. And there, of course, in Bosontok, if you see the book, this is Bosontok, and if you see the comics, you can actually see that, there is a kind of, that work is, based on a very on the interaction of the colonial and the colonizer and the colonial, colonizer and the colonized. Okay, so that encounter of the colonizer and the colonized has been really shown in a very problematic manner. So so when it started in Bosontok, of course, Bosontok is a kind of a magazine which played on satire. There was a lot of kind of interplay of ideological positionality that used to take place. So let us go to Gaganendranath, for example. So if you look at the cartoons of Gaganendranath Tagore, there also you can find that kind of subversion. So what really happened in Bengali comics? Bengalis have such a rich history. I'm talking about Bengali comics because I come from there. But of course, you can talk about these, from your point of view, from the region that you come from. But Bengalis, they began in a very, very cavalier mode. If you look at the way the sequential narratives were developed. But somewhere, I think in 1960s, 1970s, things began to change. Comics began to be seen as a medium meant mostly for children. And there are some magazines like Dev Sahittya Kuti, publication houses like Dev Sahittya Kuti, and of course others, who played a huge role in actually making comics the preserve for the young adult or the young readers. So the adult comics were lost. Comics made for the adults. A much more complicated narrative where ideological complexities can be tackled with were lost. Of course, if you look at the situation in Bengal now, things are improving. So there is a new comics which is based on the film made by Q called Gandu. So there is a comics called Gandur Mundu, which is also done in Bengali as well as in English. That actually talks about sexuality and politics in a very, very deep manner. Of late, there are one or two. So this is Gandur Mundu. Can I show you this? And if you look at this work, you can see there are a lot of works. You can see there are a lot of interesting panels. It's almost, it's like a picture book, art book, although it's a kind of a comics narrative. And, there are a lot of influence of what I call Robert Crumb in it. The legendary Robert Crumb in Gandur Mundu. Now, Gandur Mundu is, of course, written by Q, the filmmaker, but it is drawn by Shombaran Das, a very, very, talented artist. There is one more book which I want to show you, which I think is very interesting. It is done by Madhuja Mukherjee, which is, I think, overtly political because he is actually tackling Kangal Nobarun Bhattacharya. So Nobarun, of course, Nobarun Bhattacharya's Kangal Malshat again was made into a film by Shuman Mukhopadhyay, and it was also made into a kind of a graphic narrative. And this was a kind of a mixed media work. If you see the work of Kangal Malshat, it's a mixed media work, and there you can see, of course, you cannot avoid the political. With Nobarun, you can never do so. So, but still, I find this to be very, very interesting because of the way the mixed media, paintings and, collages, the digital works have been sort of blended together. But what I want to show you, a kind of a real path-breaking work, and I think this will be very interesting to Niladrida as well, has actually taken place not here, not in this part of Bengal, but in Bangladesh. And let me share the screen to show you a really, really path-breaking work where I think the politics of representation has been done in a way it should be done. I am talking of a work called Dhi. Dhee. I don't know whether you have seen Dhi. Let me share. You have seen Dhi. Now, if you look, wow, wonderful. So if you can see,
I presented a paper.
Wow. So Dhi is actually by a group called, it's a Dhi project. Dhi is actually a project by the Boys of Bangladesh, BOP. And of course, as you all know, they are basically an LGBT community. They are trying to bring, ideas of sexuality out in the open. And, the project Dhi is about this girl who is very inquisitive and trying to talk about sexuality in a manner that has never been done before. So if you look at the comics, it's done in Bengali, and it is actually about, about dealing with one's sexuality and also in the way you talk about the other sexuality. Also, the thing that is normally assigned to the margins, the alternative sexuality, the very dynamics of alternative sexuality. I think he is a kind of a leap for Bengali comics because there are things that needs to be discussed, is done through comics medium. And for people who don't know Bengali, of course, you may not get the whole thing, but I can, maybe one day this should be translated and, maybe put together in a much more interesting form. Now, why I began with Bengali comics and is interesting because I come from Bengal, and what I see as comics is just, simple adventure stories. I really don't find anything challenging in the way, the narratives are being developed here. Let us look at the Indian scenario, and I think you can go a bit deeper there. But, but it is not so encouraging as it should be. First of all, let me talk about probably the most overtly, political comics produced in India, and that's by a man called, there are two people, one is Apu Ben, another is Sharad Sharma. I want to talk about Sharad Sharma. So anybody who doesn't know Sharad Sharma, please go and, search Sharad, because what Sharad is doing is revolutionary, not only in comics, but in the way narratives, visual narratives should be, talked about. So what is Sharad doing? Sharad is going to, the most complicated, interior places in India. So for example, he's going to the poorest districts in Orissa and Chhattisgarh. And there he is actually taking workshop of people who doesn't know how to read or write. And, he is trying to teach them the way a visual story can be told, because a lot of these people can make out the story through pictures, and he's encouraging them. Of course, he's helping them. There's a band of volunteers that goes with him, and he's encouraging them to express themselves, their narratives, in form of visuals. So they may not be well-formed visuals. They may not be visuals that are amazingly grand or very well, drawn, but they are very, very interesting visuals. They are visceral because they come directly from their heart. And what is happening is, of course, let me share the screen again. Before sharing the screen, let me show one of their new comics, which I think is very, very important, and everybody should actually have a go at it. It's a comics called, painted by the Rohingya refugees. So, there were Rohingya, the colonies of Rohingya refugees in Delhi, and he took pen and paper, Sharad took pen and paper to them, and they began to draw their stories, right? And it's called Stateless But Not Voiceless. I think I have it with me. I don't know. Yeah, I think I have it with me. So let me show you that. Okay. So basically, it's somehow lost here in between. Okay, so it's called Voiceless But Not Stateless, and let me share the screen. Actually, I think this will be very, very interesting. The place where you can get it is this. So if you can see this is called World Comics India, and here you can see what is Sharad trying to do. So this is grassroots comics, and if you look at the way he is going, so he's talking about human rights, health, including disability, reproductive health, about HIV, malaria, leprosy, infanticide, also about adult literacy, corporal punishment, whatnot, violence against women, local governance, so everything. So he's trying to integrate comics in higher education. He's trying to do campaigns. And if you see the drawings, actually, you can see that it is done in a very, very simple manner. The publication that I am actually talking about is, of course, these are their publications. Sharad is somebody who I think is very, very important. So you can see the publications here. They are not done in a very, very big way. They are not done. They're like a boutique, kind of a imprint. They try to, they depend entirely on. So let me stop this sharing. So depend entirely on what I call, donation money in order to bring their books. But I think what Sharad is doing is very, very important. So Sharad is in a way a pioneer. Of course, if you talk about Sharad, you also need to talk about certain books as well. And let me talk about this book, because I find this book to be very, very interesting. This is a book by Sumit Kumar, which is called Amar Bari, Tomar Bari, Nakshal Bari. Again, it is actually about the Nakshal Bari movement. It's done in a very, very interesting way. So if you look at the comics, it is done in a very, very interesting way. But it's a bit shallow as well. I always find that this could have been done a bit better. So but at least it is a try. It is something that we can build on. It talks about a very controversial time. It takes on certain issues which we normally don't discuss. It also critiques the Nakshal Bari movement in a very constructive way. So this book, Amar Bari, Tomar Bari, Nakshal Bari by Sumit Kumar. Again, it's a very common book that you all know. But the book that, there are anthologies that are coming out. So can you see this anthology? So this is actually the first-hand anthology. So there are, of course, two first-hand anthology that came out. That is first-hand 1 and first-hand 2. So this is the volume 1, first-hand, and this is volume 2. And these are all edited by, Vidyun Savane and Arijit Sen. As if you know Arijit work, I think Arijit doesn't, of course, if you follow him in Facebook, he has a position, okay, and his stated position is obvious. He takes on the present government, of course, because of its communal leanings. He takes on anything that he thinks is wrong. Let me share some of the work of Arijit. Arijit also actually went to Palestine to paint walls, and I have pictures from Arijit. Asked Arijit to, Arijit came to Jadavpur University to present his work, and we sort of took permission from him to maybe show his work. So look at what Arijit is doing. So if you look at Arijit's panel, can you see this? Can you see this? I think this is too small. Can you see this?
Yeah, sir.
Okay, so if you see, this is a panel that is drawn in Palestine by Arijit. He was actually called to draw a kind of a panel in the wall, a kind of graffiti in the wall. But he also did a kind of a short comics to do with it. Arijit, of course, as you all know, also did is regarded as he did, of course,
Pioneer.
that a kind of a pioneer because the Palestine murals are very important. So let me show you pictures of Arijit doing the Palestine murals. And here, of course, look at the way, these are murals which already exist in Palestine. And, these are there, can you see? Can you see? So they are, they are doing is they are actually drawing them by integrating local art. So they are taking help of local artists. So it is not as if, Arijit is imposing his style on those houses. So he's trying to take help of the local artists and he's trying to build a narrative from there. And of course, when I talk about local artists, of course, it also even children are part of it. So this is a kind of a project that Arijit took. And this is where I think the comics artist should go. So it's not only about doing panels, just doing a book length comics. You have to somehow stretch yourself beyond the book, and take it to, for example, in Hope Colorado, a movement which happened in Jadavpur, we have a lot of graffiti, being done, and I don't know whether we'll be able to document it completely. But I think at one stage we will be able to finish document it, and you will see, how art plays such an important role in the movement itself. So art is not only about a kind of a passive thing. Art can be very active if it is somehow integrated within a kind of a political mainstream. Now, of course, I personally feel that you can actually do political booklets as comics. So comics can be used in doing political booklets because you can reach very quickly. These are actually part of the mural that is being walked by Arijit. So I think you got an idea. But Arijit also works on other stories. For example, for his work on Kabir, for example. Now, how do you describe Kabir? We are talking of Saint Kabir. Again, if you look at it, it is not overtly political within quote in the way we understand it, but it's very, very political. And somehow the story of Kabir interposes with a kind of a frame story where where the protagonist somehow talks about the way things are being done. These are basically draft notes from Kabir, and look at the way he has integrated the ideas of Kabir Doha in visual form. So when we actually, how do you sort of represent the Doha by Kabir, the songs of Kabir in visually? How do you depict it visually? So he began to do research, and he fell back on this very idea of a big tree which somehow nestles a lot of hearts. So these are trees, but these are also like hearts with all the veins in it. So the tree with many hearts become a kind of a theme in this work. So this is, of course, this is very, very interesting. This is not out yet. This is actually called Hair Burns Like Grass. Again, a work that will come out. Of course, he is also working on the Nangeli story. So Nangeli story, if you all know, it is, of course, about the story, the very sad and tragic story about breast tax that happened in Kerala. Of course, a woman named Nangeli cut off her breast in order to, register a protest. And she is also doing that. So I find Arijit to be very, very important as an artist. So let me stop sharing now. As an artist who is actually talking about things quite frankly. Another person, another kind of a web comic that I want you to see, and there are many, many web comics that you can look at. One is, of course, the Royal Existentials. You can also look at Rachita's Sanitary Panels. But one web comics that is also collected as a book is called Crocodile in Water, Tiger on Land. And I personally feel this is probably the most political webcomic right now in India. It is done by two Calcutta-based artists. I know their name, but I cannot reveal them because they don't like to be named. They actually don't want to be named. This is the book. This is published by HarperCollins. And I think you should grab the book because these are basically, single panel drawings. But these are very, very interesting, in terms of narrative, in the way they take on the current government in terms of their frailties. Okay, it's very funny, it's very humorous, sarcastic, sometimes viscerally so. So I think this is a very, very interesting work. And then, of course, you can always come to Appu Pen. Now, Appu Pen actually runs, of course, he is published from mainstream. So Amazon has published this work, for example, The Snake and the Lotus, which is it's a work about dystopia. But if you read between the lines, you can find parallels between present day India as well. And of course, a lot of people whom you may actually recognize are mocked almost mercilessly by Appu Pen in the use of fiction. And that's the way fiction should be. It's very combative. And if you look at Appu Pen's work, he says that, and since he's a friend, he says that he's also restricted by the way certain things are not allowed to be, published by the mainstream publishers in India. So what he did, he actually has a website called Branded India. And if I can show you Branded India, you can actually go to Branded India and see what he is trying to do. So, Branded India, you can just go and see Branded India. And he's also bringing out these small volumes. These are comics. These are now being distributed by B-Books all over India. I don't think you will get that these in Amazon, because Amazon probably will not take this work. For example, this work is called Rashtrayana. And if you read the title, interestingly, you know what he's trying to talk about. So this is about Rashtrayana, and there is also a book that came out called The Garden of the Snake. He sets his work, in what is called imaginary land of Hala Hala. But if you read very closely, Hala Hala can be the landscape of today's India, and a kind of a complicated landscape of today's India. So I personally feel, please read Appu Pen, because I think he's one who actually takes on overt ideological positions. And I like that because, comics as a form, I think is very interesting because it can be used as a form of resistance, because the very narrative of resistance is inbuilt within the idea of comics. So if you look at the history of comics, it has always resisted the system. It has always resisted the mainstream. It has always tried to do things that will never be done by the mainstream artists. Okay, so in a way, that is why it is so lowly. It's called lowly because it's not lowly as such, but it has the guts to take on people. Of course, you can also look at Sharnath Banerjee. Sharnath, all quite in Bikaspuri, for example, I think is very interesting. It's about water wars, and here also there is a sly comment on the way the ideas of the personal and the public, the very spaces of personal and the public, some intermingle with each other, they collapse upon each other. And this I think to be a kind of an abiding thing in all the work. So let me get you one work which I really want to talk about. So Shubha, you know this. This is Believers. Okay, there was a comics company called Phantomville in India, and it brought out two books. One is, of course, the one is called Believers. You know this book, I think.
I have it.
So you have it. So it is by Abdul Sultan PP, and also it is illustrated by Partho Sengupta. It is basically on riots, like communal riots, and it mixes no words. It doesn't hide behind what I call niceties when it talks about communal riots. It's actually, in a way, very matter of fact. In a way, very visceral. Although the drawings are a bit of a disappointment, but you can always say that the narrative pulls no stops. Okay, but there is also something like Kashmir painting, for example, and this is also something which I think Shubha, you took it from me.
I hijacked it from you.
Yes, so Shubha, you hijacked this for me. So this is a book called Kashmir Pending. Now, I am disappointed with the book. It talks about Kashmir, but it's just a narrative from a kind of a journalist's point of view. It doesn't delve deeper into the consciousness of what the problem of Kashmir is. But, so this is overtly, why I'm trying to and I'll try to contrast it with Munnu, because Munnu is supposed to be a much more personal narrative, right? So it is actually about a boy growing up in Kashmir, but probably that is much more politically, it has got more political edge to it than Kashmir Pending, because Kashmir Pending is just kind of an omniscient narrative. So, it's about beautiful pictures. It's wonderfully, depicted, but somehow it falls short of delving into the psyche. It falls short in delving into the psyche of what the Kashmir problem is actually about. So if you look at Kashmir Pending, and I'll show you, unfortunately the binding has come off. You can see, there are very noir-like paintings that has been done. So that is something I wanted to talk about. Now, in Indian scenario, whenever you talk about a biography, for example, and here I want to bring in 3 biographies in question. Look at the Amar Chitrakatha biography. Whether you have Rani of Jhansi, or whether you have Ambedkar, whether you have Jawaharlal Nehru, or whether you have Mahatma Gandhi, they are, they have a stereotype in mind. They actually play to the stereotype, and we all know it. But even when a new biography comes in, this is Indira, a kind of a graphic biography by one of my favorite artists, Priya Kurian, and it is written by Devopriya Roy. So this is a book about Indira Gandhi, and very interestingly, although although emergency has been mentioned, the entire biography, the emergency is there only in 3 or 4 pages, and I find that it is almost intentionally skirting the issue, which will be complicated, which will complicate the glorification of the lady in question. So if you look at Vishwajyoti Ghosh's Dilli Kam, it talks about emergency without overtly showing Indira. But when we actually do a biography of Indira, I think it is same in the case of films. We somehow don't want to take a kind of a Sweden position. And everybody has a position. Everybody should have a position. What is the problem in one having a position? You may not agree with it, you may disagree with it, but this very act of airbrushing certain things, because it somehow goes against the glorification of the narrative concerning a woman, I find it very, very surprising. So this is India. It is published last year, and it is very, very interesting to know that this has been airbrushed. But look at this is where I find whenever you do a kind of a graphic biography, I think you should be much more ideologically aware, or maybe you should be taking a more strident ideological position. I know it is a very strong comment to make, but if you are nowhere, if you are in between, if you are too concerned with your drawings, with the aesthetic beauty of the presentation of and the way you draw the lines and all that, these are all part of the graphic narrative. You should also concentrate on the way you evaluate a person. I dare say, I think a proper biography, a really complicated biography of Gandhi may not be ever done. When we did long form, for example, there are a lot of submissions that came that were overtly political. And since HarperCollins and Penguin mainstream publishers are bringing out long form, they were extremely wary of the way these pieces will be projected in the public. And we really didn't care, and we were willing to take the risk, but the publisher was not very willing. So we probably made a compromise between kind of a publication, in terms of publication, in terms of what we really stand for. And I agreed to it, that some amount of compromise was made by us as well. But the new long form anthology has actually got pieces on lynching, for example, and and we haven't airbrushed anything at all. And I'm very, very thankful to publisher Penguin, who have allowed the pieces to be as it is. as drawn by the artist. They are very opinionated pieces, and I dare say they may be a bit controversial as well. Look at Partition, for example. I'm working on a novel on partition, and I'm not, and probably I'm not going to be very popular when that thing comes out, because it has actually got a lot of things to do with, subversion of the icons. But a new book on partition has come out. It's called Chottu. This is a very nice book, and it's a book by Varun Gupta and Ayushi Rastogi. Can you see? This is a Penguin publication. This is a proper, length comics. It's called Chottu. And if you read Chottu, again, it's a very personal narrative. The violence about partition is being talked about, but somewhere down the line, yes, you have Chottu. Wonderful. So wonderful. You get all the books that I get. So wonderful. So Shubhayu, what I'm trying to say is that, again, the very idea of partition, the very complicated ideas related to partition regarding, say, the communal riots, for example, the sensitive issues, they are probably not done in a way I should have liked it to be done. Because, they are so facile, they are done in such a facile manner that the political import of the repercussions, of the impact of what really happened somehow lessens in our consciousness. Look, this is about post-memory. We don't have any idea of partition. For us, partition is post-memory. But, the very idea of that memory, whatever form we have, we never go into the depth of the problem, and somehow we lose a lot of the importance. Let me show you something that is being done outside, and I'm very proud to present this. I think you should all follow this website. Again, let me put on the share option. This is something called, let me go to what is happening around the world. So in the world, for example, Donald Trump is an industry, understandably so. Comics industry is very happy to have Donald Trump because they have now a target to, throw tomatoes at. So you have actually got, a kind of an industry growing out of Trump. The advantage is, nobody raises a voice there. There may be one or two problems here and there, but he has been viscerally taken down by a lot of important comic artists. But the one work I really want to talk about is positivenegatives.org. Please look at this website. These are actually about, this is actually a work about displacement, okay, about the refugees. So you have tales of the Syrian refugees, you have tale about the rights of citizenships, you have, the tale about Rohingyas, and they work everywhere. This is started by a person called Benjamin Dix, and I think he's a friend of mine, and I personally feel that what he has done is amazing. And if you look at it, there are places where he actually talks about stories, and a lot of stories that are there, they are coming out. So they are actually published not as print, they are published as web narratives. And since I think the internet has opened up, internet has actually, we don't depend on the mainstream publisher to publish your stories. You can just go to the net. It's a free world there, hopefully so. And what happens is you can tell the story the way you want to tell it without any editorial, intervention. And this is where I think positive negatives play a very important role. Let me stop the thing again, and let me show you one book that I think you should read about, and this is where I think positive negative is so different from the kind of work we are acquainted to see in India, except for one or two artists like Arijit and Apupen and maybe Sharna. This is Vanni, and if you look at Vanni, Vanni is actually about the Sri Lankan Civil War. This is actually written by Dix, Benjamin Dix, and Lindsay Pollock is the person who has illustrated it. So this is Vanni. Can you see it? If you see, the illustrations are very, very minute. It's almost miniaturist in a way. They are beautifully done. It's actually a fascinating story. So, Shubhayu, this is again something that you should look at. Vanni is a
I have it, but I'm having a problem in reading it. It's so small.
Yeah, it is problematic because it is originally made for the web. Okay, so Vanni originally was published as a kind of a web comic, and then it was published. So I personally think that the choice of the format of the book is wrong. So that is why there is a beautiful, I don't know whether you have it, probably you don't have it. Benjamin has also sent me a new comic, which is again published about the Somalian refugees. He interviewed Somalian refugees, and I personally feel that to be very, very important. So comics journalism, and remember Benjamin Dix is part of what is known as comics journalism. It's a big area after Joe Sacco, specifically Joe Sacco, Rutu Modan, and all these people. I think this is a new area. And if I think one book I really want to show, is this book. And can you see this? This is a beautiful book called Escaping Waves and Wars. And this is actually an account of the encounter with Syrian refugees, and it is by Olivier Kugler. And if you see the book, if you can see the book, can you see the book? It's drawing. Can you see the book?
Can you share your screen? Nice, okay.
Okay, I think I don't have it scanned because these are all, there are so many books and I have so less scans. I will just look at it.
Somehow your video is getting off.
Really?
Absolutely. So
Can you see this now? Can you see this now?
No, it's not.
Nobody cannot say. Okay, but I'll just mention it. I'll share the screen in other places. So basically, if you look at Escaping Wars and Waves, so many others can see. I just get, references. So if you look at Olivier Kugler, I think it's a very, very interesting word, but where is our stories? Where is our stories? So when I go to a camp or when I encounter, for example, the refugees in a camp, I could do a very powerful graphic narrative. There are so many things in India that can be turned into a graphic narrative. So I want all of you to think about it and, think about the way you can frame a narrative. If you have a story to tell, if you have a journalistic piece to, talk about, turn it into a visual kind of a sequential narrative, and voila, you have something very interesting. I want to show you a picture book, for example. Can you see this? Can you see this? This is actually called Daishabon Hul. Can you see this? This is a picture book called Daishabon Hul, and Daishabon Hul is, I think, a brilliant picture book, and it is edited by Ruby Hembrom, and it is drawn by Sahebram Tudu. Sahebram is a friend of mine. He has passed on from NID, and if you can see, he's a Santal, and he's actually talking about the Hul, the Daishabon Hul, using drawings in his own inimitable style. So he is actually someone who is almost doing a kind of a one-panel picture book narrative, which is close to a sequential narrative, not exactly sequential in a strict sense of the term, but a very interesting narrative where you are actually using your art and your idea about modern art and fusing it in order to talk about your story. Remember, both Sahebram and Ruby, they are Santal themselves. So, it is very important for them to actually have a voice of their own. This is a new imprint, and I'm actually, this is an imprint called Adivani, Adivaani, and Adivani, as you can understand, is an imprint started by Ruby Hembrom, and she's a feisty lady. She's amazing, and I think you can also follow her writing. She is fantastic in the way she tackles certain issues. Of course, we have all heard of Sovendra Sekhar Hansda, another Santal writer who was unfortunately banned because of depiction of homosexuality in his story, in his own native state. Sovendra is a very good friend, and he says that it is a story that I want to tell in my own way, and why should I depend on a kind of a within quote foreign language solely in order to talk about my story. So I personally feel this is very, very important. So what I can say, Shubhayu, is that there are other things I may want to show. Can I share the screen now? Okay. There are some things I want to show, and then maybe we can go into the question and answer form. So it is less of a talk. It is not structured.
No. Actually, after that, we are going to go through your cover designs because a lot of people are waiting for that also.
Okay, fine. So I'll just show you one or two works which I personally find to be very, very interesting. One is, of course, you all know about, Arrival by Sean Tan. You must have seen this work. it is like a fable,
Yeah,
right?
I know
And as you all know, it's like a fable, it's like a story where there is nothing within quote, nothing extraordinarily political in it, but it's very political in the way it talks about migration and issues like issues like displacement. It's a wordless comics, and as you can easily understand, the whole structure of the fable is in a way interposed in order to create a very interesting narrative of the fear of the unknown, or maybe the fear of the other, which haunts the haunts the people living in a city from where the migration takes place. It's a kind of a fabula of migration. So what I'm trying to tell, so you have on one hand positive negatives which specifically talk about real stories, almost like graphic reportage, and you also have fables like that of Sean Tan, where you can actually allegorically talk about migration in a very interesting way. So I don't care the way you actually talk about. So you can talk about it in a very personal manner, intimate manner. You can actually present a diary in the way you want it, in a form of a diary, or you can actually go there, interview some person and transcribe the interview visually. So whether it's a real person or whether it's a kind of a symbolic depiction of migration, it really doesn't matter. But most important thing is to tell the story viscerally, to tell the story in a way
Pinaki
that, yeah, tell me.
Kindly show people in the arrival the picture of the ship. I mean, how
Okay,
the
let me show you that, because I think
It's brilliant.
that is very, yes, it's brilliant. So let me show you the arrival. I have got everything on arrival. So like it's something I really like. It was part of my thesis as well. So let me show you one movement in arrival, and you will know what I am talking about. How the personal space and the public space and everything collapses into one, where the personal becomes public and the public becomes personal, and the boundary between the two collapses. So this man is of course migrating to a new place, and he's taking with him a souvenir, and a souvenir, a kind of a picture of his family, and he's traveling by a ship. So can you see the porthole of the ship from which he can be seen? And then there is a time when the ship actually, when the man becomes microscopic, and the porthole also actually reduces in size. So you can easily understand cinematically, actually they are trying to go from a very close shot to a long shot. But the long shot actually turns out to be very, very interesting. Now, can you see this? I think you can, because the ship is now here. And suddenly something which was in macro focus suddenly becomes so micro, so small. Something that was in micro focus becomes so macro, so small in the whole canvas, and the clouds take up everything. And and what happened and what happens next is very, very interesting. So if you look at the way the ship happens, and then suddenly the next page you actually have panels of the clouds, different kind of clouds. So it may be talking about the same space, but of course the clouds are different at different times of the season or whatever. And what happens is, and then you can again see the ship. But if you compare the clouds, can you see this panel? And if you can see the panel at the start of the book, you can see a similar panel. Can you see? So the cloud panel and the panel of the different portraits of refugees are almost similar. And it is as if Tan is trying to imply that this passage by ship has been undertaken by every people under different circumstances. So the cloud they have seen while passing through the ship, through the sea, in ship may have been different, but the very idea of displacement, the very idea of getting uprooted from their root country and then traveling into the throes of unknown is almost same. And the whole narrative becomes, so it's actually a kind of a universal flight. It's something that happens to everybody at certain point of time at different junctures of history. But the whole thing becomes poignant when, and can you see this? There, at the bottom of the picture, you have actually got a picture of Sean Tan's father. So suddenly by inserting his father's picture, and his father, remember, was a Chinese who traveled through Malaysia to Australia. So he is also one of the refugees that actually undertook the travel. So suddenly, by putting Tan's own father in a very clandestine note, in a very hidden manner, at the corner of this panel, Tan actually inserts himself into the narrative. So, although he himself may not have taken the very, journey by the ship, and all the other people have actually taken it, but since his father has taken it, all the journey of these people are actually his journey as well. So the very idea of his personal, space actually merges with the kind of the space of the others who may have taken similar journeys under different circumstances, or different journeys along in similar fashion under different circumstances. So I think Tan is very, very important. Again, a kind of fabula that's how you becomes very, very interesting. So Shubhayu, that is what I wanted to talk about. So let me stop presenting. So many things I can talk about.
No, but we are waiting for your book covers.
Okay, I can show you some, but I must tell you, I always think that there are many things I can show you. Say, for example, this wonderful book called Woman World by Aminder Dhaliwal, which actually talks about a female utopia. I sometimes see why Sultana's Dream by Rokeya has not been made into a kind of a graphic fiction or a comics. I wonder, we have so many wonderful works here which could have been made into a kind of a comics. We probably, depended more on the on selling the comics or targeting the comics to the young adult or the child, and somehow missed out on the complexities of this medium. So it is high time that you start anew and try to do these things in a completely different manner. This is the only thing I want to talk about. This is the way I personally want to talk.
No.
Yeah. So this is my 2 pence on. So it's not a structured debate, but I always wanted to talk in this manner, a kind of a very relaxed tone where I can talk about my take on what political representation in comics should be. And I have no qualms in admitting that I have. And let me show you before I just go into my own cover. Let me show you one work that I have with me. Now this is actually by a young Bengali called Otunu Dev. You may not have heard his name, and he has done a Marx. So of course Bengalis love Karl Marx, right? And but they haven't actually looked at Marx visually as such. So this guy called Otunu Dev has actually done what is called a graphic prabandha, a kind of a graphic essay on Karl Marx. And if you see the way he has done Marx, can you see the whole picture? Can you see this? This is done in Bengali, but I find this amazing. So this is actually from his notebook, and we are actually putting him part of our project. I think Otunu is one artist that you should actually look at. But look how interesting things can be. Can you see this? And this is actually not known. We have Garo comics, we have Khasi comics, we have comics, Malayalam comics, we have, and the more I am delving into the world of comics and Indian comics, the academic essays I find are very, very limited. We only talk about comics that are published by the mainstream media. What about the artist book comics that are being brought out? What about them? We are publishing a new comic by Vani Chutani, who's called Hairsuit Woman, and I'm sure that will make a splash in terms of the way it talks about sexuality. For example, you have a comics on menstruation, for example, periods, called Menstrupedia. These things needed to be talked about, and I think comics is the best medium to talk about it. Look at the Marx comics. Can you see the Marx comics? This is fascinating. It is only done in red and black, and there are many depictions of Communist Manifesto and Marx abroad. But nothing has been done in Bengal. Bengalis pride themselves as liberal Marxists, but they haven't done these things in an overt graphical way. I haven't seen any political party actually doing their manifesto in graphic format. That would be very interested. I would be very interested to see that being done in a very interesting format. But where are those? I don't find them. And let me also show you something else, because and this is something by which I will actually end the comics discussion on comics. And if you look at the Indian comics, and if you look at the way Indian comics are, uh, no government has actually taken advantage of the comics narrative to talk about their achievements. But recently, the Bengal government has actually done something which I want to show again. And this is actually part of a new work that I am working. Now, the drawing is not good, but it is actually a booklet on Kanyasri. Okay, so you know the Kanyasri scheme, that is part of West Bengal government, and that has been done in form of a comics. So this is done by the West Dinajpur unit, and I'm very happy to say one of my juniors in Jadavpur, Mohaduti, has actually pioneered this. But this is a wonderful way of reaching social projects to the public. And I am very critical of certain aspects of the West Bengal government myself, but I can only praise this. The drawings are very simple, very Amor Chitra Katha-ish, but at least they are making a kind of effort. So this is only a 12-page, 13-page comics, but at least it makes an effort to talk about a social project in a very, very interesting manner. So there are many things. These are all part of the book that I am writing about. The social repercussions of comics, and also the history of Indian comics, that will come out, I think, late next year. And I hope to dwell on comics that people don't know, because all the essays on comics, ranging from the great academics, are all about things that are published by mainstream publishers. So it's either the Penguin, the Harper, or the Amazon. Whatever they are publishing, they are only up for writing. What about the other things? The web comics are now getting more traction, but I would like them to get more traction. Okay. So Shubhayu, so you were talking about other things. So I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to talk about now?
Nice time for something new. Your cover designs.
So
Okay,
what
there is a-
exactly do you want to see? Maybe see some of my cover designs, maybe?
Absolutely, and we'll talk on that. And there was a request by one of Shanoy Basu Majumdar. He wanted to talk about the Kolkata cover design.
Okay, wonderful. Again, there is a lot of politics in it, in a way, and remember, first of all, let me share my screen and talk about the cover designs. Of course, I was talking about comics, and then suddenly I'm jumping into a different thing. And I must tell you, I do comics for myself, so I haven't shown my comics here. But cover design, I don't do it for myself. It is done for the publisher, and the author has already written the book. So you can easily understand that I have something, some of a kind of a impediment. I am imposed certain things while I'm doing cover designs, and when I do designs, and it's a kind of a process, and I'll show you the way cover designs are do. You have actually seen Patal Lok, right? The new kind of web series, and it is actually based on a very controversial book by a very controversial person, Tarun Tejpal, The Story of the Assassins, and you all know this. So initially, the book had my cover, was to have my cover, but it was rejected. So can you see this now? Okay, so this was the cover that was done. It was rejected because the author felt very uncomfortable about certain things, and that is why it was rejected, and they went for a very generic cover. Now, if I read Story of the Assassins, and if you can understand, if you see the series Patal Lok, on which it is based, it is actually about the other India, the India which we normally don't look at. So what I did was, and this is very, very fascinating, this is shot by Shoibal Das, some are shot by me, some are shot by Shoibal Das, the photographer. We shot migrant laborers. And so look at this. So we shot migrant laborers, and there are many pictures. So we went to the field. This is in Delhi, Gurgaon, and some are in Bangalore. So we went and shot migrant laborers. There are 200 photos of migrant laborers that we shot. And can you see? So these people live in horrible conditions. And what we did was, we sort of stitched these random shots. So remember the shots that we are there. So I don't have all the shots. There are 200 pictures. But these are some of the shots. And look at this small boy with the gun. And then what we did, was this was a stage shot. So of course the boy was not with the gun. We bought a plastic gun and made the boy stand in front of the door. So this is a kind of a staged picture. You know, it is not a spontaneous picture, but a staged picture. And then for the book, this was staged for the book. And then what we get is the cover. Can you see? So this is the cover. And you know, if you look at the red dots, they are basically the die cuts. So these are die cut marks that were done in the book where you can see actually through it. And that is how the cover of this was born. This was rejected. So what we do is I do a lot of covers, and a lot of covers are rejected. Some are, you know, rejected due to flimsy reasons. Some are rejected because they are uncomfortable to put that in cover. Some are rejected because, you know, even depiction of sexuality in a too overt manner doesn't, you know, Amazon.in doesn't carry the cover picture. So sometimes they are rejected for these reasons. So maybe one day I will do an exhibition of my rejected covers. But I will show you, this is one way in which I do the covers. But let me also show you some of the covers which I did. You know, of course, people were very interested in the Kolkata cover. And when Kunalda is a dear friend, and so when we wanted to do Kolkata, remember, Kolkata is a different space altogether. It is not Kolkata. Kolkata is very Bhadralok Kolkata, you know, the Kolkata that we know. But Kolkata is the Kolkata that we don't know. And remember, I not only did the cover, I shot a film on Kunalda. For Kolkata. It is there in YouTube. There is an interview with Kunalda. So there is a 15-minute film, and we shot it live. We shot it in Jakaria Street, in the violence of Jakaria Street, where the novel is originally based. So we went to the location along with the author and shot the pictures. So it was not just sitting in the, you know, confines of my desktop and doing things very comfortably. I take cover design very, very seriously. This cover was rejected, as you can see, because it depicts a urinal, and you know, they were completely against this, because you know, it is an ugly picture. According to them, it shows Calcutta in a bad light. But I say, but look, Calcutta may be beautiful in your eyes, in my eyes as well, but the world of Calcutta is not so beautiful. The world of Kolkata is visceral. The world of Kolkata is gut-wrenching. So if you want to bring that ambience, if you want to bring that atmospheric, you know, if you want to, you know, depict that atmospheric idea on cover, you need to be much more, you know, sensational in a way, because you need to break up your idea of Kolkata. What we talk of, whenever we think of Kolkata, we think of a tram, we think of Victoria Memorial Hall, we think of, you know, iconic places which we know. We think in a very comfortable manner. We think in a very middle class Bengali comfortable manner. But this book is about Jamshid Alam, a gigolo who actually, of course, goes into the other worlds, but he is actually born, and he's a Bihari Muslim, a migrant, and is born and brought up in the world of Jakaria Street. So, you know, if you want to talk about Jakaria Street, go to Jakaria Street, shoot, and try to see what is happening. And then I changed the tag. I also began to read the novel, and this is one of the things I do. I always read the novel before doing a cover. This is another alternative cover. So many people haven't seen all those covers. So Shubhayu, have you seen this cover? No, you haven't. Yeah, so these are things that I'm showing it for the first time, because these are my drafts, and I can show you how many covers I do. So I don't do one cover, I do 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've got, 15, 16 options as yet. So can you imagine the kind of work that we put on in one cover, and then only, a good cover emerges. And then we went to the book, and we thought that the dogs are a kind of a, recurrent occurrence in the novel. So dogs also feature prominently in the film. And so what we did, I actually drew a very ferocious looking dog. And then again, this was rejected because this was too terrifying. And, the publisher said that people will be very, Kunalda was very happy with it, but publishers, Kunalda has always been very supportive of me. And we have fantastic discussion about art. Anywhere we had, I think when I went to Oxford and stayed with him, we had a wonderful discussion. When I go to his Kolkata house, we discuss art. We don't discuss cover. And we exchange notes on arts that we like. And then the cover emerges. So it's a kind of a symbiotic relationship I have with the author here, and that helps me. It doesn't happen too often because sometimes we don't get to interact with the author. But in Kunalda's case, we did interact with the author. And here you can see, look at the way the ferociousness come through, and this was rejected again. Then I began to talk about the body. So, the body of the gigolo, the body of Jamshid, the very idea of body being, a thrust into a very desirable male body. So I drew a desirable male body, and they are very uncomfortable with it as well. Okay, they say that again, this is too much of it. There is a kind of incipient sexuality which we are uncomfortable with. It may be in the book, but why are you doing it so, obviously? It is becoming a very obvious kind of a cover. And then I began to draw it in a different way. This is, of course, a kind of oil painting where I actually draw a man surrounded by dogs, which in a way, depicts the way, Jamshid is doing. So this is hand drawn, everything. And you can see the whole Calcutta title is also hand drawn. And you can see the way the man is surrounded by dogs. The shadows are all wrong because I wanted to invert the shadows. The light and the shadows, if you look, are inverted intentionally because I wanted to create a kind of a surreal idea of entrapment. Okay, this was rejected. And then I went for a normal cover of a man, barebacked man, looking at the graffiti. This was well drawn, but this was never to be the cover. And then we turned on photographs. And when we looked at photographs, we tried to capture the atmospheric of the nature of Calcutta at night. So Kunalda then used to live in South City, high above, and he began to shoot a series of photographs. And I think he's a very good photographer as well. And what I did was I made a kind of a psychedelic references to the kind of light streaks. So Calcutta seems to be very magical, but also airy and in a way eerie and also very threatening. It contains hidden spaces which was coming out in the novel. So again, we wanted to capture that. These are the different ways in which, and then of course I came. We began to become very abstract as well. So what started off as something very, very concrete also became very abstract. So can you see? This is also nighttime Calcutta, but this is a painting of a nighttime Calcutta. It seems to be like a painting of nighttime Calcutta, but it is actually a small area of a photograph shot by Kunalda himself. And we began to think of this as the cover of Calcutta. And then, the publishers was not so happy. And then we went on to do more. And what more? Then we actually began to do this kind of work where, you have a kind of a pink Neuer kind of a painting. This was done on canvas, burlap canvas. And I did this drawn of the man turned away from the page. A kind of a cut-off man turned away from the page, and his shoulders showing, the muscles of the shoulders showing, and and he is cut into two by paper. The title Calcutta is also cut into two. He's almost split in the middle. Again, this fell apart, and then I came across this, and you all know this is the cover. And this is actually about the vulnerability of Jamshid, the Jamie, as he is called, Jamie, the protagonist. I didn't make this one terrifying because when I look at the dogs, it came like an epiphany because Jamshid is not threatening anymore. He's actually the one who is entrapped, and he's like a street dog. So my initial vision of putting a street dog in a very terrifying, snarling manner changed, and I actually settled on a kind of a very vulnerable dog man. Because Jamshid is the dog man who couches, who takes in everything, who almost subsists on the dregs of the people. He is somebody who is loyal, but his loyalty doesn't pay. He has a conscience of his own. He's also very vulnerable. So that is how this was born, and Kunalda of course liked it. I am very influenced by the Polish posters, the kind of the man animal cognate thing, and this came out. So this is how Calcutta cover was born. I think I've never explained Calcutta cover this much as I have done it here, but many other works are like this only. And if you look at some of the other works, for example, and let me show you some of the works that I have done and which I think is interesting. and people haven't seen it because most of the people have seen a lot of my works, which are more popular. So this is actually Sultana's Dream by Rokeya, and as you can see, this is drawn by me. But this is drawn in imitation of a Santal Alpuna, in a way. And what I've done it in like a house. So you can see this is the world of Rokeya, and if you look at it, everything, every act, every job like hunting, agriculture, domesticity, everything is done by females. So of course, in the original Santal Alpuna, you have a mixture of male and female. So I made every one of them of a kind of females, since it talks about a female utopia. So Sultana's Dream, as you know, is a very, very interesting book. And when I want to do a cover, I want to do a very indigenous take on Sultana's Dream. Now you can say this to be a kind of a different kind of imposition. You can say that this is a kind of a clash of the opposites, because what is the need of doing Sultana's Dream in Santal art, because there is no relation of Santal art with Sultana's Dream. But I wanted to play off one against each other so that there is a new subtext that comes out of this. I wanted to build a text of its own, in the cover, and I feel elated that I could do it. You can actually talk about the cover in a kind of an essay. You can write an essay on the cover, because what I'm trying to do in terms of the cover is that I'm trying to force the reader to rethink about positionalities of different places, of different locales, of different cultures, and trying to make them draw a parallel. So you need to draw a parallel. You are forced to draw a parallel. You are almost forced to, muse on the Santal art and what it represents and what Rokeya is trying to tell. And then, you are trying to build a narrative, and the cover actually takes on a meaning of its own. So, these are the kind of things I do. For example, if you look, this is an overtly political book, and this is actually a book called, Highway 39. Now, if you know, Highway 39 is notorious. It is it is actually about a highway that passes through Dimapur, Kohima, Senapati, Imphal, Thobal, and all the hinterlands of Northeast, specifically Nagaland and Manipur. And you all know this was a dreaded highway because there were a lot of problems. There were cells that used to litter the highway literally. And Sudeep, being a journalist, took a kind of a journey through the highway. He was a daredevil journalist. And what I wanted to, I could have easily put a picture of the highway. I could have easily done it there. But instead, I actually created a different kind of sign. So I used the signages, put a gun there, a kind of AK-47 normally used by the terrorists, the barbed wires, and drew 39 in a way that you actually implant 39 in your mind. And, look at the marks of the highway. So the marks that are there in the highway also crisscross each other, and everything is actually placed, I wanted to talk about intersection, So, if you can see the highway, everything intersect each other, the letter 33 and 9 intersect each other. Everything seems to be, kind of dealing in a kind of in-betweenness. So, so when I talk about covers, and I've done a lot of covers, I always say that, there should be something that you need to talk about. Now, this is again another cover I've done. This is about partition, and I have my own take on the idea of home in partition. What do you call home in partition? So again, this is actually by Rakshanda Jalil, Tarun Sen, one of the best books on partition. This is published by Orient Black Swan. And so when they wanted me to do a cover, I really gave it a very big thought. There are many other options which I cannot show you right now, but this is the cover that came out, and I was thinking of the post box. And if you see, I have actually pictured the post, photographed the post house. I actually did the barbed wire in Photoshop, and I hooked it in it. So the post box is in a fish hook. So wherever you hook the post box, wherever you take the post box, wherever you try to hook it, you can take it, you can capture it. So, home is of course a very fluid concept, and that is how I wanted to talk about it in visual terms. So if you can look at the wall is parched behind, and you can see the post box being almost taken by a fish hook. So wherever you take the post box, it is your home. But remember, it is also a home full of barbed wires. Of course, it is a home full of restrictions. So whatever you call home is not the way you want your home to be. You are always confined or in a way restricted in the way you live wherever you go. So partition is in a way about homelessness, and also about this. There are other things which I can show. For example, this word, The Anatomy of Life. Again, this is a photograph shot by my student called Shoptendu, but I gave him the idea. And again, it is actually about body and soul. So of course, a very common idea of a body is actually, about taking the, so the shirt, the garment that you wear is of course the very idea of the body, and it encloses the soul. So you can actually, of course, if you can understand the philosophy of it all. So what I did was I actually represent the soul with O, a perfect circle, not exactly perfect, but close to perfectness. Anatomy. So you can see the O somehow, there is a trajectory of the circle. You can see the trajectory of the circle, and a simple photograph of a shirt on the hook, and that therein you get a cover. So I personally can draw. I can do anything. For example, this cover is on Gujarat Riot. This book, City of Fear by Robin David, is on Gujarat program. And what happened was I didn't want to depict the picture again. I didn't want to put a photograph. This is not exactly a fiction book. This is a non-fiction book. I could have easily put a photograph. I could have easily put a very iconic photograph that was very popular, because we had rights to that. But instead, I was very, very inspired by the idea of claustrophobia that the people must have felt while they were actually slaughtered in their houses. So what I did was I took inspiration from Shiriko. I think you must have seen Shiriko. Let me see if I can show you a Shiriko drawing. Let me go to the internet, and if I can show you a Shiriko drawing, and you can know from where this comes from. So if you look at this, so can you see? So can you see the way Shiriko, represents? So look at the way the perspective of Shiriko is manipulated in the cover that I have done. So I do this. I force the reader to read in between. To create a text of its own, because for me, every cover is a story that I want to tell after reading the book. So it is my take on the book. So it depicts the book, of course. It talks about the book, of course, but it is also the way I look at the book. And there I can use different elements of things that I admire. And I can force the people to think the connection between what the book is all about and what I am trying to force the reader to see. The visual elements, so you can easily understand there's a lot of Shiriko in it, and it's a very simple cover. It's about a vanishing point, and it's also a lot of white space, which is also the negative space, the blank space in a way, used in order to create this architectural reference point. When I did Arzi the Dwarf, for example, and this is another cover which won a lot of accolades, I did a lot of work on this. This is actually a lot of pictures. So there are almost 10-12 pictures, taken differently, and I spliced it up. And this is the way a dwarf looks at the world. So when you look at the world from the point of view of a dwarf, the positionality that he has, he looks at it in a completely different way, So this is his fisheye vision, this is his ant-like vision, so where, even the goat seems to be quite big, and he can look at the world only in a certain way. So when the paperback came out, I completely jettisoned that cover and actually played between the visual, dimension, the idea of visual dimension of a shoe and upturned hand masquerading as feet. So what I do in my cover, so there may not be good-looking cover. For me, good-looking cover doesn't exist. Of course, good-looking cover can be done, but for me, they are more than good looking. Let me show you what I did with Srijato's cover, for example. So what happened was I did Srijato's book and Mustaq Hussein's Darbari, and this won the prize. And when we actually talk about Srijato's cover, Mustaq Hussein's Darbari, I actually wanted to talk about orifices. Okay, so you can see a slight reference to the vaginal orifice, and the splash of paint that you see red, maybe menstrual blood, and you have the fungus growing, and you can actually talk about about a very complicated subject, and you can see the mushroom at the back cover, which may be phallic symbolisms. This is something that I thought about, but you can actually construct your own symbolism in the way you do it. So when Srijato saw this, he said that this is not what my book is all about, but this is also what my book is about. I said that, look, Srijato, I haven't done the book the way you wrote it. I do the book the way I understand it. There is a difference. So, I always try to insert myself in the book. And that is why I don't want to make just a book cover design. I follow the footsteps of Satyajit Roy, Purnendu Potri, the old-fashioned people who always inserted their ideas in their own book. So it may be a book cover by another person, who has his own ideas, and I follow those ideas. But I also try to put in my own work in the book covers. So there are many covers. I don't know. Kunal Basu, of course, I did a lot of covers. This is hand drawn, done on computer tablet. This is the Yellow Emperor's Cure, where the hair of the lady becomes the waves on which the ship sail. Of course, this is a rejected cover of the Miniaturist. This is the cover that is there. You all know. Again, a rejected cover of Opium Clerk. This is the cover that is there. A rejected cover of Racist, more minimalist, but this is the cover you actually get. So I do a lot of these covers, and I'm very, very happy to note that there are more I can show you. So there is no fixed style. For example, I actually draw a kind of a comic style. Sometimes take recourse to the comic style to do a cover. So, a cover like Anirban Ghosh's Mice in Men is done in a comic style. Firdaus Kangar, Trying to Grow, I have done it in a comic style because I felt that, this is a very, very important book. And you see what I've tried to talk. It's a book about disability and, of course, about coming out sexuality, and it's done in a very interesting way. I thought that it is best to do it in this format, in a comics format, where Firdaus was always the missing other in the family. So you can always see Firdaus to be the missing person in the family. And I thought I cannot depict it in any other form rather than a comic. So in cover I do my own comics. So this is the way I do covers. For example, this one, again, Rupa Bajuwa's Tell Me a Story. You can see so many elements crowding the cover. So this is what I do is I do it in a kind of a collage format. Every shreds, every fragments that you see are almost showed up and, made part of the cover universe, because they're the chaotic narrative that is there, in a kind of breakneck narrative that is there within the book should also be apparent in the way the cover is arranged. So I could have gone for a very minimalist cover, but it wouldn't have worked because the narrative inside is so chaotic. It is actually done in such a layered way that I thought that the cover should also depict, that kind of fragmentary experience. So, Shubhayu, I can go on. I mean, there is no end to this, discussion. Again, I don't know.
We don't have a problem with that because a lot of people are enjoying. It's almost 9:40, but everybody's enjoying.
Very, very bored, really. So then I would be very interested to take some questions, maybe, because I think we need to take some questions. Shubhayu, if you have something on your own, because I have actually talked about two things today. Of course, I have talked about my, cover designs, not my comics. Maybe one day we will do it. And also the way I talk about the representation in comics, especially the political representation in comics, although I haven't explained the word politics in a very deeper way, but I was talking about taking positions while doing a comic book, while doing a narrative, while doing a historical narrative, while doing any kind of narrative for that matter. So, so if there are any questions, Shubhayu, if there is something that you want to ask me, I am always, very, very happy to answer. If anybody have a question, So it will be very, very interesting. Yes. So Shubha,
Shona Goswami. There is Shona Goswami.
yes.
If you could just touch upon the decidedly zany comics published by Karadi Tales.
Oh yes, of course. Karadi is not only purely comics. It was originally meant to be what I called an audio experience, right? So who is asking the question? So can I know the name?
Shona Goswami.
So if Shonak, you can unmute yourself, and I can tell you, Karate was originally an audio experience, right? So Karate Tales started off as a kind of a storytelling, kind of audio version, and then of course it came to a kind of a visual kind of a structuring. I agree with you. They are very zany. They are targeted to a very. They're specifically targeted in a certain way. I look. I haven't thought too deeply about Karate Tales, but I've seen their work, and I think they are very interesting way of probably orienting, the vision of a child in reading a narrative. Because the way Amar Chitrakatha does it, I find it very, very problematic. Because Amar Chitrakatha, I think the days of Amar Chitrakatha is gone. During our times, we almost didn't question Amar Chitrakatha. The kind of thing that we were very interested in the narrative only, the storytelling part, but the ideological positions we never ever questioned. It's almost like a given. Our history books never questioned them. There was nothing like social media during that time, but Karate Tales actually subversive in the way they actually do things. So I think that's a very, very interesting way in reorienting the way young people think about positionalities of their own, because I think it's very important to make people understand about ideological positions from the very start, from the time they are reading. Because if they don't understand the bit of their positionality, I think it becomes very problematic later on. Later on it becomes very, very problematic. So I hope I've answered it question, but maybe I'll think a bit more about it, because I think you're right. Karate Tales have a very unique way of storytelling. They use storytelling devices in a very, very different way. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Srinjoy is here. Srinjoy, do you want to ask something to him? Srinjoy, can you unmute yourself and ask your question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Srinjoy, tell me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tell me.
Sir, where is comics studies short of regular studies? Why is it not included in university syllabus?
I really don't know. Well, look at what and you require a person to do it. For example, I must tell you here. The speaker before me, Niladrida. When Niladrida started, doing queer studies in the university, I don't think he got a lot of support, but today he has become an institution in himself. Look at the way he has actually motivated students of Kullan University, and he has actually spread his wings beyond that. So you need a kind of a person who will motivate you to take up comic studies as something more important than it seems. So I am waiting for Niladrida in comic studies. What Niladrida did for queer studies, in West Bengal at least, and of course elsewhere as well. We need that kind of academics who will be passionate about comics. They cannot be just mere academics writing papers on comics. And I must tell you that. And don't take me otherwise. Please don't take it as a slight, anybody. And I know there are wonderful papers that are being published academically, but you need to be a kind of a crusader of sorts. Because if you are not a crusader, if you don't look at comics, if you don't seek out comics from far and afar, if you don't give the young people, the space to tell their tales, I don't think it will be ever part of mainstream regular studies. Now we have simple things being made part of our studies, like Tintin is part of our studies. Bhimayana is now being studied a lot of places everywhere. But I think the whole idea will take a different dimension altogether if you have a dedicated department in any one of the colleges, or if you actually bring certain people under one umbrella, maybe form forums from that, more and more new comics will be discussed in more unconventional way. So it is very fine to, write. It is great to write. It is great to write essays on comics, and that is needed, very much needed. But it is also important to seek out new comics. We are falling into a trap where I think we are writing about the same comics over and over again. And don't take me otherwise. The books about Indian comics, for example, I've got a book by Indian comics by Pramod Nair. He doesn't take on any unconventional narrative that came out. He is just concentrating on the books that are published by the usual suspects like Sharnath, Amruta, Appu Pen, but there are millions of students, interesting people who are doing comics. I collect comic books, small comic books, and for that you need to go there. So if you really want to make it part of the regular study, you have to be a bit of a crusader. You have to be, you don't have to be a practitioner, but you have to be a crusader. You have to be passionate about the way you seek out comics. You cannot let the comics come at you. If you let comics come at you, you will always, you will always fall into the trap of doing, the conventional comics only. You seek out comics, and you see there are so many waiting to be discovered. I discovered Garo and Khashi comics, and I didn't know that, Garo and Khashi comics has such a fantastic history. It dates back from 1950s. I got those comics and I was flabbergasted. Aravindan, for example, one of the greatest filmmakers, did a 400-page comics. One of my students, Diptorup, went to, Trivandrum, Tiruvananthapuram, got that book, we scanned it, and now what we have, we can actually push back the date of the origin of Indian comics a bit earlier. So what I'm trying to tell is that, the more we discover, the more rich it becomes and the more heritage we have. And that is how, comics will have a kind of a, I think it will have a space of its own. I think that's very, very important. Because I don't know, Sinjoy, if it answers your question, but let us seek out comics instead of letting comics come at you.
I see
Yes,
some
sir.
I see some familiar names in all the sessions that you do. So I would ask Obunti to ask her question.
Okay, Obunti, ask. Of course, Obunti is working on comics herself. She's a very good student.
Hello, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
বাংলা
Obunti.
সময় দাও নি তুমি।
Yes.
Sir, my question is, you are talking about comics and comics which are very rare to collect or to get
Yes.
hold of. Basically, there are many comics published by West Bengal government.
Yes.
One of them you have mentioned, that
Yes.
student on Konyashri, and
Yes.
I'm working on folk art and comics. So there are, I have found a few names like Harano Paye Kista, one of them. So
Yes.
West Bengal government is publishing comics to rejuvenate the folk art forms which are not very much popular or very
Yes.
now
Yes.
in the
Yes.
in hotspot.
Yes.
So I am asking you, where can I get hold of these comics?
Okay, I will try to give it to you. I mostly go and collect. So we are trying to make a digital repository. I think that's needed. Ashoka University is actually making a digital repository, but it will take time. We are trying to, Longform is trying to make a digital repository. It will take time. Right now, you can ask me and I can send you at least some of them. So, I think not only West Bengal government, even Kerala government makes. I haven't still got them. I have got inkling of them. Now, these takes time because these are not, actually there in the mainstream space. But I think the more we discuss them, the more we integrate comics in the ways of life, I think this particular form will get more precedence. Okay, so I think right now, of course, I can send you the Konyashri comic which I have. But others, of course, let me inquire. I have friends in Kerala as well as in West Bengal government who I will try to get through. But they are also, I think once they do the project, they also forget about them. So the very idea of doing the project, they start off in a very interesting way, but later on, I think they lose interest. They completely lose interest in the projects, and somehow they are actually assigned to the dustbins. Okay, do you know Mahatma? There's a beautiful work on Mahatma Gandhi that came out. I don't know whether you know this. This is a very, very rare work. I think I have it. I have, because there is so much I have. I am trying to do it in a kind of a proper way. But if you look at the Mahatma Gandhi, the Gandhi project, the comics on Gandhi, of course you have the Tales of Young Gandhi, which is by Janhavi Prasada. But there is also a very old comics on Gandhi by Badalkar and Sawant. It is called the Gandhi Story. Do you know that? That was a 1960s comic, and this was published by, of all the people, by the publication division of Government of India. It's a 52-page comic book. Now, the introduction is written by no other than Jawaharlal Nehru. So Nehru says that the pictorial representation of the Gandhi story must appeal to the children in India. So again, Nehru is part of, actually creating the problem, because he also thinks that this is meant for the children. But Badalkar and Sawant doesn't do the Gandhi story, Amar Chitra Katha way. So he actually somehow straddles a kind of a middle space between Amar Chitra Katha and, the kind of things that he wants to talk about in a more in a strident manner. So I think that is one comics, and also the Eric Francis Gandhi, which was again a 32-page Gandhi book. It was published by the National Committee for the Gandhi Centenary, and it was published by A. Purohit and Sons. It's a one, I have it because it only cost 1 rupee 75 paisa. But again, I think you have to depend on me in order to get these things. But otherwise, very, very difficult. We are trying to get this in a digital format. We are thinking of getting people access this, because people don't write about this not because they don't want to write about it, because they don't know to write about this. And whenever we get I'm also trying to write a history of Indian comics, which will hopefully come out next year late. I want to touch about this.
Yes, so really looking forward to your.
Yes, I think, for example, the publication houses, let me tell you. So you have this publication house called Blue Jackal. Have you heard of them? You may not have. You have this studio called Kokachi. Have you heard of them? You haven't.
Yes.
You have heard of Kokachi, but
Yes.
have you heard of Phantomville? Remember the comics
Yes.
studio which went off? But there is also a comic studio called Mantare. And look what Mantare did. Mantare did amazing comics, in a long format, in the standard format. And there, I think, nobody has collected it. Now, since I am obsessed, I have kept them as scans. And when I asked Mantare's, people, there was a brilliant comics by Rajiv Aipe called Hush. Remember the comics?
Yes.
It's called Hush. I have Hush with me. Many people don't have Hush. And I want. Yes, I have
It's available.
No,
I'll
it
take it
is.
from you.
It is available with me. I have digitized version of Hush as well. I'm very willing to give Hush to you, provided Rajiv doesn't have any problem. Probably I will ask Rajiv and tell him that let me upload it for the purposes of students, because I think that's a very important comics published in India, and nobody knows about it because Mantare Mantare completely went out of publication. Completely went out of business. So, so I think, look at the Bluft publication. Do you know the obliteratory journals? You don't know them.
Yes,
So,
sir.
so obliteratory journals, initially they started off in a very interesting way. So what about these independent presses? Even in Bengal, I was talking about Surjo Rai. Surjo Rai was published by Patro Bharati, Kishore Bharati. And I got it from Kishore Bharati archive. Kishore Bharati is actually doing a complete archives, and if you see their archives, you'll be stunned. Look at Satyajit Roy, for example. Look at Pather Panchali, on which I am writing an essay. Pather Panchali's sketches are in a way comics in a very rudimentary form. Look at his, representation of sketches of Ravi Shankar. That is also comics in rudimentary form. I'm writing about it. I hopefully but I think we need to put a kind of a repository of it, a digital repository of it. Ray will be a bit of a difficulty because of copyright issues. I can ask Shondipta, but it may be a bit of a problem, but otherwise the others, especially the publications who are out of, say, look at Otunu's work. Have you seen Otunu's work? Nobody has seen Otunu's work before I show it today. So Otunu is working on Marx and on essays on Marx in a very interesting way. I bumped upon this in a kind of a communist party istihar. So, Otunu was doing a communist party istihar in the comics form, and I bumped upon him and I asked him that, why don't you give me the essay? And he sent me the essay and I said, this is gold. This is something that I need to preserve. And so I preserved it. I talk about it whenever I get a chance. And anybody who is interested in working on it, I'm willing. I'll just maybe introduce you to Otunu and you can talk about it. Right?
Okay, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Yes, this is Suhin. Namaskar, sir.
Hi. Hi.
Yes, sir. I was also a student in academics. So, and I was also a graphic designer once in my life. So,
Once is a graphic designer, always a graphic designer. You cannot be once a graphic designer. You are always a graphic designer.
I'm always been fascinated by your works and what a complete erudite expressions and erudite, the discourse what you have given. So I have actually a lot of questions about the comics, so the ongoing comics and the prevailing comics as well. But I also once had your email ID. So can I have once more?
It's very simple. It's pinaki@gmail.com. I mean, I can put it in the chat box. So any question you can actually ask me. Yeah. So I have it. I have put it in the chat box. I think it's not a secret. But write the subject, because otherwise I will miss it. So I have actually put the reference there directly. You can see it. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can just write to me anytime. Any questions? I'd say one question Shonchita Goswami has asked me. In many newspapers, we have seen known comics, for example, Mandrake, Aurangzeb. Can this be part of comic studies? Definitely. Everything is part of comic studies. I personally think everything is part of comic studies. You cannot, the very idea of, comic studies is to be inclusive. You cannot, you cannot just distinguish between them. I think everything should be part of comic studies. You can study Batman as well as, Nick Darnaso. You can study Joe Sacco as well as Superman, Wonder Woman. There is no problem in it. I see no problem in it. The very fact that you are trying to say that there is a difference is because you are making a distinction between the popular and the elite and the canonical. That cannot be the case, because popular and canonical cannot be separate from each other as I see it. For me, the popular and the canonical are always the same. I don't make a huge distinction between them. Okay. Anything more, Shubhayu?
Are there anybody else who want to ask questions?
Anybody want to ask questions? I think it's a bit late. People are ready for dinner now, I think.
No, it is always a pleasure to listen to you.
No, but I also had the opportunity to listen to, I think, Nina, which has been wonderful, because during our Jadavpur days, yes, tell me. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
This is Biswajit Roy.
Thank you. After evening, sir. Yeah, tell me.
No, don't call me sir. Okay. My question was, can serious or adult comics, whatever it is said, be regarded as a pathway to text-only reading alongside direct interpretation of an issue? I mean, to grow interest for literature.
What you're thinking as it, is it a text? Of course, everything is a discourse. But, the very idea of, textuality in comics is very complicated. Because, in comics, you have the text as well as the visuals, and both interplay, each other, both echo each other. But what is more interesting for me is that you also have wordless comics, where you don't have a lot of text, and you also have a lot of textual-based comics where you don't have a lot of visuals, and I can also show you that. So I personally think the very idea of textuality is very problematic. In comics, of course, it is not easy. It is very fluid in nature. But what I understand what you mean. Of course, comics can be an entry point for a discussion of a lot of things like any other text. So I am not against any other texts. There may be pamphlets, any kind of text which can initiate a conversation. I have no problems with it. But comics can also be a very interesting way of initiating a conversation, of entering into a subject. So for example, you have a travelogue. You can have a conventional travelogue introducing you to a place, but you also can have a visual graphic narrative introducing to a place. That can also be very exciting, as exciting. So I personally feel there is no there is no fast rule. I think the very idea of that is why I find the word graphic novel a bit problematic, because the moment you utter the word novel, you are trying to subsume a form which is very old into a kind of a novelistic discourse. It is as if you are trying to impose a kind of a canonical, elitism to a very popular form. So comics has a very rooted history, and suddenly you are trying to yank it from its rooted history and trying to make it part of the academia or make it part of a kind of a canonical studies consciously, and try to erase the history of comics. I think that's not done. So for me, a comics is a comics. It can be a complex comics, it can be a simple comics. You can manipulate the way you tell a comics. It can be complex, it can be long form, it can be a short form comics, but it is a comics. So a graphic novel is of course a long form comic which talks about a narrative in a very complicated manner. It has a complex narrative. It may not be straightforward, but even I'll give you a small example. What is one of the most important graphic novel? Moss by Art Spiegelman, right? Art Spiegelman, Moss is regarded as one of the best graphic novels. Many people enter into the space of graphic novel by reading Spiegelman Moss. But Spiegelman never published it as a book initially. Initially, it was just a serialized kind of a version which was published in a magazine called Raw, RAW. So it's a zine called Raw, which was actually run by Spiegelman and his wife, Molly. And then it was collected and it became a book, and then the name graphic novel came into, and it was assigned the name graphic novel. So I always find, the idea of textuality in comics is very complicated. It is subsumed within the visual axis. It is not easy to just talk about textuality separately. What do you mean by textuality in a comics? It is always subsumed within a visuality of sorts, and even visuality is subsumed within textuality. You cannot separate it, as such. Although there are wordless comics, there are wordy, visual comics as well. But you cannot separate them. But I think it can be a very interesting entry point. So, of course, anything can be an interesting entry point, but comics can also be another way of entering into a discourse. I don't know whether Vishwajit have answered your question, but this is the way I look at it.
Thank you, Pinagida.
Yes.
It was wonderful talking to you. I
Yes.
wish we could have continued,
Yes.
but it's interesting that whatever we thought would be a 2.5 hour session, we have already stretched it to more than 4 hours. I mean, that is the success of the webinar. That is amazing. People who love to hear you and Nilajli Ranjan Chatterjee, sir. It was a double dhamaka for us.
No. I am nobody. I'm a very simple guy. I just love to read comics. So that's it.
but what I have a suggestion.
Yes.
We are thinking of creating a comics lovers network. That is very important to keep the industry alive.
You can do that. So once you do that, maybe there may be more discussion and interchanges. We are also trying to do a very big comics kind of thing. Let us see what happens. It is still in a kind of a fluid state. But I hope things...
After Docs, we don't have anything now.
Yeah.
Docs was 3 to 4 years back.
I agree.
So we need
I agree. You need to work on your work as well. I need to work, on my own stuff. So things actually fall by the way. But of course, there are people who are very interested. People, people are now studying comics, like Avanti, like many other people. Tuhin, I think, was there, right? Was Tuhin Mojumdar there? No.
No, Tuhin was not here.
Avanti is there, but others were there. Who are studying. Partho, that there were comics. So basically, so you start, you make a start sound, right?
So we need to work on this. And
Yeah,
thank
I
you
think
very much for your time. I mean, it has been a busy schedule for you. Every day you're lecturing.
Yeah, I am
and
stopping after this because I'm doing so much. I mean, I think I need to stop a bit. I am subsumed by the webinars. I've become
Thank you.
slave to webinars.
No, you're not a slave to. You're a master of webinars. So we had wonderful masterclass by two masters, two absolute legends in their own
I
fields.
am not a legend. Sorry.
Absolutely, you are a living legend. I mean,
Sorry,
all
but
the
you
participants.
cannot do that.
in the
I am dying of shame now. I want to go and disappear right
No,
away.
So it was thankful that I wouldn't
you,
say Dr.
bye.
Pinakida, I would rather say Pinakida.
Yes,
had
always
consented, he has
doctor is
agreed-
just an epithet.
No, I won't say God doctor. My
Look, I
elder
have done
brother.
my doctorate, but it made no difference in the way I learned about comics. And a doctorate
Absolutely.
is something I just got. I mean, it's fancy kind of a title. I learned zero after doing my doctorate.
No, the
I
beauty of
learned
the
more
webinar
from
is
my
that
practice. Of course, I did my doctorate honestly, but it's part of the process.
it is 5 minutes past 10 and still we have 50 plus. I mean,
Yeah, now people will go
audience.
and sue you for creating
no.
deal.
no. Even after they had been given the feedback link, they would be given the certificates. But it's out of the love that they have stayed. Thank you for all that pains. I'll call you
Thank you.
tomorrow, not today. You are tired today.
Oh, that's fine. I stay alive. I not stay alive. I will stay awake till late night in order to do work. I don't sleep before 4 o'clock. You know that.
No. I'll text you about something which is very important after that.
Okay.
So thank you, Pinakida. Now I
Thank
leave the
you.
session to Dr. Shonat Kumar Biswas.
Okay.
Thanks.
I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Absolutely.
You are, sir.
Yeah.
You are, sir. Audible.
You're cool. Come on.
Thank you, sir. Our webinar is yet to be ended. Thank you, Professor N.R. Chatterjee and Dr. Pinakide for their valuable conversation and speech. I also heartily thanks to Professor Shubhayu Chakraborty for his nice and intelligent stimulation of the session. And now I ask to request Professor Shilpi Boshar, convener of this webinar, for vote of thanks.
Thank you, Shanada. And good evening, all.
Good
Actually,
night.
almost.
Good night. Right.
The session was excellent, to say the least, but as all good things come to an end somewhere, so is this webinar must end. On behalf of the organizing committee of this two-day national webinar, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this webinar on politics of representation and literary perspective. Organized by the Department of English, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, Mathia, in collaboration with the Department of English, Rishi Bankim Chandra College for Women, Noihati. At the outset, I thank our President, Dr. Sunil Kumar Biswas, for his support. We are indebted to the TIC of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, chairperson of the webinar, for making the webinar to happen. Without his constant support and cooperation, it would not have been possible for us. We humbly acknowledge the collaboration and participation of Rishi Bankim Chandra College for Women, and especially the principal, Madam Dr. Lana Mukhopadhyay, for her support and kind words. Thanks are due to Dr. Sudhok Kollan Mondol, the head of the Department of English, Rishi Bankim Chandra College for Women, who extended his help whenever I asked him in this academic venture. We must thank the four resource persons of the webinar: Professor Amit Bhattacharya from University of Gurbango, Professor Manibrata Mahanto from Benaras Hindu University, who talked yesterday, and Professor Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee and Dr. Pinakide, the magician, I must say. We are really enriched with your knowledge and presence. We are thankful to Professor Shubhabrat Sarkar of Rishi Bankim Chandra College and Professor Shuddha Kollan Mondol for agreeing to chair the session of paper presentation in a very short notice, as no program can become successful with a single person. So I extend my thanks to all the members of the organizing committee, my dear colleague Shubhayu Chakraborty, who is also the joint convener of the webinar, and he helped me in organizing the webinar in every aspect. I thank Other members, Praveen Biswas, Priyanka Datta, Prabir Kumar Ghosh of Department of English from Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, and Shuddha Kalyan Mondal, Shuddha Kalyan Mondal, Tamal Ghosh, Utsa Biswas, and Jasmeet Singh from RBC College for Women. Finally, our heartfelt thanks to our participants, without whom the successful completion of the webinar would not have been possible. A special thanks to our technical supporters, Sri Srikant Biswas, for being there and for his support and for his coordination. With these warm words, we move to the end of today's seminar. Thank you, and finally, good night.
Just hold on. Tell them about the next seminar, please. And thank you, Dr. Sanat Kumar Biswas, for taking the pains.
Okay. There is an announcement on 22nd July. We expect to meet you again. There will be a seminar on film studies department. It is the Cine Club of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya. We are organizing a webinar on film adaptation, and we will be happy to if you join. Please join us.
The same team will be organizing, so we would look forward for you to join. The CFP is already out.
Yes,
Contribute
please to join
papers.
us. Please to join us. We'll be more than happy. And thank you and good night.
Good night.
Thank you to all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vidhi. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Shubhavda.
Thank you, everybody.
The webinar is now ended by thanks to the CR. Thank you.
See you all in the next webinar.